Chapter 2041. Legend had it that this was not an earth-tier cultivation technique, but a heaven-tier cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it actually appeared in Bai Zijing's hands after tens of thousands of years. And from the looks of it, the other party had already cultivated 3 strands of sword qi. Probably not many people below the realm of supreme powerhouses could contend against it. These peerless geniuses had ugly expressions, and those older generation figures were even more exclaiming. All of them widened their eyes as if they were injected with chicken blood. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan sword. It was actually really the 9 Revolutions Tianyuan sword. Heavens, he had even cultivated it to the 3rd revolution. This kid was going to defy the heavens. It's over. That kid called Lin Xian is definitely going to lose. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan sword. That was a legendary heaven-tier cultivation technique. Once it was used, that kid would definitely not be able to block it. As expected of Bai Zijing. No wonder he dared to challenge the world's powerhouses. He could even find such a lost martial art. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful threat brought by the 9 strands of sword qi behind the other party. And at this moment, hearing the exclamations of the people around him, he was even more shocked. Heaven-tier cultivation technique. That was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow cultivation techniques. At this moment, all of Lin Xian's cultivation techniques were earth-tier cultivation techniques. The good ones were peak earth tier, and the bad ones were advanced earth tier. But he did not have any heaven tier cultivation techniques yet. He did not expect that the other party actually had a heaven tier cultivation technique. But fortunately, it seemed that the other party had only cultivated 3 strands of sword qi. The remaining 9 strands of sword qi were all illusory and should not be able to be used. In other words, the other party was not an invincible existence. Moreover, he was not afraid. Although he did not have a heaven-tier cultivation technique, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was known as an offensive saint technique. Lin Xian did not think that the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was weaker than a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, he decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to resist the other party's 9 Revolutions Tianyuan sword. Stop struggling. The 9 Revolutions Tianyuan sword is a heaven-tier cultivation technique. You can't resist it. Bai Zijing said in a deep voice, "It's not up to you whether you can resist it or not. Just attack." Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body began to circulate wildly, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. Wung! As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it brought about a sky-high storm, as if a real dragon had descended into the mortal world. It made everyone tremble. What was this? What a terrifying aura. Could that really be a dragon? This guy is too heaven-defying, right? Why do I feel that his aura is not weaker than that 9 Revolutions heavenly sword? Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. Clearly, everyone was shocked by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. It can't be. Could it be that this brat also knows a heaven-tier cultivation technique? Bei Chun, Li Mengbai, and the others were dumbfounded. Zhou Jianying, on the other hand, was frantically shaking her head. That's impossible. Senior brother spent a lot of effort to obtain this heaven-ranked cultivation technique. It was impossible for that brat to have it. What the hell is this? Even Shangguan Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Chong Lu, who was beside him, also had a face full of horror. Although he was very confident in his thick earth physique, when that dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, he didn't dare to resist at all. In fact, that aura made him tremble. Bai Zijing was even more surprised. Originally, he was full of confidence, thinking that as long as he used his greatest trump card, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword, the other party would definitely lose. That was because that was a heaven tier cultivation technique. A heaven tier cultivation technique was too terrifying. Perhaps even a peerless powerhouse might not have it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, he didn't expect that the other party could actually execute a dragon-shaped sword shadow. That sharp aura was not weaker than his heaven tier cultivation technique at all. It even made him suspect that the other party also had a heaven tier cultivation technique. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knew what other means the other party had? Therefore, in the next moment, he decided to activate his 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. Although he had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution, this was a heaven tier cultivation technique. He had unlimited confidence. Clang! In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a sword chi behind him began to slowly rotate. Along with his arm, it slashed forward. It was as if a galaxy had descended, tearing the sky apart. The power of this sword was too great, far surpassing all the killing moves that Bai Zijing had used before. This was a heaven tier cultivation technique. Its power was unimaginable. Even those powerhouses in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to resist it at all. Unless someone had a heaven-defying defense or the same heaven tier cultivation technique, they would be able to resist it. Boom. Looking at the sword shadow that came over, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and swung his sword. Cold light flickered, and the dragon roared as it rolled over. Above the 9 heavens, a sword light descended from the sky. Boom! The 2 sword lights collided, and the sky was torn apart. The glaring light made the millions of cultivators not dare to look directly at it. They all closed their eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. The energy that filled the sky was like a wave, pushing everyone. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing immediately activated their strongest defense. The 2 of them were like small boats in the waves floating with the wind. Bang, bang. After the attack, the 2 of them each took 3 steps back. There was a black hole under their feet. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Damn it. How is this possible? Everyone went crazy. Zhou Jianying, Bei Chun Li Mengbai, and the others roared crazily, not daring to believe it at all. Bai Zijing's pupils constricted. The other party was really able to block his 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. This was too surprising. To be honest, this was the strongest young man he had ever met in his life. He had never thought that he would be in danger of failure one day. 2 swords, he still had the last 2 swords. If these 2 swords couldn't defeat the other party, he would really lose. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The spiritual power in his body circulated crazily, like a huge tornado. Then he stretched out 2 palms and quickly closed them. The remaining 2 sword lights behind him also spun crazily and quickly healed, forming an even more resplendent sword chi. What? He wanted to fuse the 2 sword chis. Seeing this scene, the seniors and peerless geniuses felt their scalps go numb. 1 sword chi was already so terrifying that even a powerhouse couldn't resist it. The power of the 2 sword chis combined was simply unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the danger. In the process of the 2 sword chis fusing, even the spiritual power in his body started to tremble. He knew that this was the power of a heaven tier cultivation technique. He had to act quickly. In the next moment, golden light burst out from his eyes. He was like a god of war, mighty and extraordinary. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand grew crazily, reaching a length of 10,000 feet. It was as if it had really become a huge dragon, roaring at the sky. Dragon Soul Slash, 9 revolutions, heavenly origin sword. After 2 angry roars, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed out. Chapter 2042. Boom. The intense collision was like 100,000 bolts of lightning striking down. At this moment, no one could hear anything, and no one could see anything. There was only a blinding light that filled the entire world. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy tide. At this moment, mountains collapsed and beasts roared. The demonic beasts below and the surrounding humans could not resist at all. It was not until a long time later that everyone regained their hearing and vision. Then they all turned around and looked into the distance. How was it? Who won? This was what they wanted to know the most. In front, the light also gradually disappeared. Then everyone saw two blurry figures. Then the millions of cultivators were all stunned, because in front, Lin Xian was holding the dragon-shaped sword shadow with both hands. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Using the dragon soul sword shadow at full strength consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. It seemed that he had just exhausted too much energy. On the other side, Bai Zijing was half kneeling on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It dripped into the void, making a tinkling sound. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder. It was pierced by sword chi. Obviously, he had been injured in the exchange just now. Moreover, his right shoulder was injured. As a result, he could not even hold his sword steadily. Everyone was stunned. It was not until a long time later that they exclaimed, "Heavens, Bai Zijing was injured. Bai Zijing actually lost. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Bai Zijing actually lost? It's really hard to imagine. I originally thought that Bai Zijing would become the #1 swordsman, but I didn't expect that an even more terrifying person would appear halfway. That kid is called Lin Xian, right? He's too heaven-defying." Countless exclamations sounded. As for the geniuses and older generation figures, they took in a deep breath of cold air as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, and Lei Aotian were shocked. Although they thought that they were geniuses and unparalleled in the world, they did not have the capital to be arrogant in front of these two people. Beichen's eyes widened, not daring to believe that Bai Zijing would lose. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head crazily. Her beautiful face was also filled with shock. Impossible, senior brother lost? How did senior brother lose? How could he be so strong? She felt a strong sense of defeat, a feeling she had not felt for many years. The first time he had it, it was given to him by this young man named Lin Xian. At that time, she was one of the 4 great geniuses of the South Horizon region. Her opponents were only the other 3, but in the Battle of the Azure Dragon, she lost to a youth she had never seen before. That person was Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, the person who had defeated her back then had now defeated her senior brother, an even more dazzling genius. For a moment, she simply could not accept it. On the other side, Shang Guanqi was also stunned. His face was full of shock. To be honest, he had been full of confidence previously, thinking that he would be able to go up against Bai Zijing. But now, he shook his head in denial. Their ultimate moves far surpassed his. Even if he fought with his full strength, he would not be able to defeat them. He had been invited by the 3rd prince to fight against Bai Zijing. But now he realized he couldn't defeat Bai Zijing. Fortunately, someone had defeated him, and his goal could be considered a success. However, who exactly was this Lin Xian? Why had he never heard of him before? Would he be invited by the 1st prince in the future? Shang Guanqi had no idea at all. He decided that he would definitely report today's matter to the 3rd prince properly. He had to let the 3rd prince get such a talent. In the distance, Bai Zijing was also panting heavily. His face was extremely pale, and he was even twitching a little. It was because this sword was too sharp, and the remaining sharp sword intent on his wound made it impossible for his wound to heal. Therefore, he had really lost this battle. You won. You're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. Bai Zijing sighed and said this. He was a conceited and proud person who had never been defeated before. Now that he had lost to an even stronger swordsman, he was convinced of his loss. He did not have any complaints. The other party was really powerful, and that dragon-shaped sword shadow made him feel like he was about to die. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took out 2 recovery pills and quickly replenished the spiritual energy he had expended. Then he said in a deep voice, Bai Zijing, I want you to seal your sword for 100 years and not attack. Can you do it? What? Seal your sword for 100 years? Not attack? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, and none of them dared to believe it. They did not expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The expressions of Bei Chun, Zhou Jianying, and the others changed. It was because Bai Zijing was the first prince's man, and he was a genius swordsman that the first prince liked and relied on. Seeing that the battle for the position of crown prince was getting more and more intense, asking Bai Zijing to seal his sword at this time was akin to cutting off one of the first prince's arms. Could it be that this Lin Xian was also sent by another prince? In an instant, everyone was shocked, and countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was also stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. Forget it. He had defeated countless sword Dao experts all the way to the south and forced each of them to seal their swords for 30 years. He did not expect that one day such a thing would happen to him. Shaking his head, he sighed and put away his sword. All right, I promise you. I really want to know who you are. I'm Lin Xian, an itinerant cultivator from a distant island. As for the details, you can ask your junior sister Zhou Jianying. We're old friends. Lin Xian said calmly. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was extremely shocked. What? You know junior sister Zhou? He was really too shocked. He knew about Zhou Jianying's background. She came from a distant island. To them, that place was a barren land. They did not expect that a genius like Zhou Jianying would appear there. It was indeed surprising. However, such a stunning swordsman had appeared in such a barren land, and even defeated him. This was even more shocking. He came back to his senses and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're very strong. Although I've lost to you this time, I won't give up. The next time I meet you, I'll definitely defeat you. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Xian nodded solemnly, looking very serious. However, he continued to say, however, my target is not you. My target is not Bai Zijing. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Zijing. This was the first time he was looked down upon, and it was indeed a very unpleasant feeling. However, he was stunned at the next moment. This was because he saw Lin Xian holding the sword in his right hand and pointing the tip of the sword at the sky. Chapter 2043. The Arch. As soon as this voice came out, heaven and earth changed color. Countless bolts of lightning even descended from the sky. However, none of them could get close to Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. Bai Zijing's face was also pale. His hands were trembling slightly from the force. The other party's goal was actually the Arch. He didn't expect the other party to have such ambition. Becoming the Arch was the goal of every peerless genius. However, many people had fallen on this path. He was talented enough, but he didn't dare to have such a goal, because he knew that becoming the Arch was simply too difficult. It was an existence that stood above everyone, sweeping through the ages and dominating all directions. One had to experience countless battles and step on the heads and corpses of countless geniuses to reach the peak. It could be said that in the entire true spirit world in the 5 continents, only one person could become the Arch in the end. And this was just a conservative estimate, or rather there was none. However, this young man in front of them actually had such confidence and was determined to become the Arch. It was simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha, what big words. You actually want to become a Tharch? Do you know what kind of existence a Tharch is? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was in a daze, a disdainful voice sounded. Then everyone turned their heads in shock, wanting to see who dared to provoke Lin Xian at this time. Bai Zijing also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful force contained in this voice. Lin Xian's expression was calm. No matter how difficult it is, I have to walk this path. Is that so? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. This was a very young man with a jade-like face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. He wore a sword robe and emitted a sharp aura. It was like an unsheathed sword. A Tharch was an invincible existence that swept through the ages. Every one of them was unique and couldn't be replicated. Moreover, a Tharch had displayed heaven-defying aptitude when he was young. Do you think you can be compared to a Tharch with your current appearance? What a joke. In my opinion, you're just an ant. This young man in a sword robe laughed arrogantly. Everyone else was shocked. Who is this kid? How dare he speak to Lin Xian in such a manner? Who are you? Lin Xian also furrowed his brows and coldly asked. He was also somewhat displeased with this insolent youth. Who am I? Ha ha. Kid, listen up. I'm Tan Yifei from the Dian Holy Land. What? Someone from the Dian Holy Land? The surrounding people exclaimed. The Dian sacred ground was also a very famous sacred ground. Moreover, the young man in front of them had a very strong aura, which shocked them. At this time, the young man called Tan Yifei sneered and said again, I came this time to meet that Bai Zijing. I want the world to know who is the true #1 swordsman. What? Another one who came to challenge the White Peace Realm? Everyone was shocked, but soon their expressions became very strange. Where's Bai Zijing? Get him to come out and fight me. Tan Yifei was extremely arrogant, pointing his sword at the world. This made everyone even more silent. At this moment, Bai Zijing also covered his wound and said in a deep voice, I'm Bai Zijing. However, I'm no longer the #1 swordsman. You've got the wrong person. What? You've lost? Tan Yifei immediately frowned because Bai Zijing was in a very sorry state now. His aura was chaotic, and he was injured. No matter how he looked at it, he was different from the legendary peerless swordsman. Did you lose? Tan Yifei frowned. Judging from the situation in front of him, it was very likely that Bai Zijing had lost. So, at the next moment, he asked coldly, Who defeated you? Him. Bai Zijing stretched out his finger and pointed to the front. Then Tan Yifei turned his head and looked in that direction. At the next moment, he was stunned, because he realized that Bai Zijing was pointing to none other than Lin Xian. What? This kid is the #1 swordsman? Tan Yifei frowned. Then the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Kid, fight me. However, I advise you to obediently give up the title of the #1 swordsman because you're no match for me at all. At the same time, he sneered. What, Bai Zijing? He's so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be a piece of trash. Humph! Hearing that, Bai Zijing was enraged. He had never been looked down upon like that before, so even though he was injured now, he had to attack. With a furious roar, the spiritual power in his body circulated crazily as he activated the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin sword. Suddenly, 9 sword lights appeared behind him again. One of them turned into a sharp sword chi and quickly slashed forward. Buzz. What? In an instant, Tan Yifei's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword light. The sword chi made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light shield in front of him. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as his red shield was split into 2. Meanwhile, he was directly sent flying back thousands of miles. Bai Zijing was injured and couldn't unleash the full power of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin sword. Otherwise, the sword would definitely have seriously injured the other party. How could this be? Why was he so strong? Tan Yifei was stunned. He didn't expect a seriously injured person to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword chi. He couldn't tolerate it. He roared angrily and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The other party actually underestimated him. So, he decided to teach the other party a lesson. Buzz. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in front of him, and was then held in Lin Xian's hand. With a slash of the sword, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, once again filling the entire sky. Clang! Feeling the power of this sword, Tan Yifei's scalp went numb. This sword chi was even more terrifying than the one that Bai Zijing had slashed out previously because Lin Xian wasn't seriously injured. Although he had expended a lot of energy, the power of the dragon-shaped sword shadow wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Feeling the threat of death, Tan Yifei's expression became abnormally ugly. He roared angrily, and the Dian sword formation flashed out quickly. Countless light swords condensed in front of him, forming a complicated formation. It quickly combined and carried out a powerful defense. In the sky, a white giant figure appeared, completely condensed from sword chi. It enveloped Tan Yifei. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed on top of the white giant, splitting it into 2. It even ruthlessly sent Tan Yifei flying again. Puffed! This time, Tan Yifei even spat out a mouthful of blood and became extremely disheveled. Damn it, kid, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. He was really angry. He couldn't tolerate being sent flying twice by 2 people in front of millions of cultivators. Chapter 2044. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the surrounding million cultivators cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected such a situation. Lin Xian's victory and becoming the #1 swordsman had already shocked them. But now, another genius from the sacred land of Day had appeared and arrogantly challenged Lin Xian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the dragon's word domain appeared again. An enormous spirit energy vortex formed above his head, madly devouring the spirit energy within 100,000 miles to replenish his exhausted strength. Buzz. Just as the 2 peerless geniuses were about to erupt, a fiery light appeared in the sky and instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Then, a giant was formed. He pushed his hands apart, blocking Lin Xian and Tan Yifei. Stop, this battle ends here. A figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp voice that spread for thousands of miles. Everyone looked up, not expecting another peerless expert to appear. In the next moment, they were shocked. The newcomer was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his features were delicate. He looked like an immortal child. However, the aura emanating from his body made everyone tremble. Not only that, the older generation and the people sent by the various princes also frowned. General Li Hua. This youth was Valurium Palace's General Li Hua. He had finally made his move. Kid, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Bai Zijing. As soon as General Li Hua appeared, he was the first to look at Lin Xian, then revealed a kind smile. Then he looked at Bai Zijing again. Remember your words. Seal your sword for 100 years. I hope you don't go back on your words. Finally, he looked at Tan Yifei. People from the sacred land of Day, this battle ends here. If you want to fight, do it next time. You don't want to fight someone who has exhausted too much energy, do you? Even if you win, it'll be an unfair victory. Do you want to be laughed at by the world? Humph. Hearing this, Tan Yifei snorted coldly. However, he still looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Kid, what's your name? Lin Xian. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian, right? I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands. Tanny Fei snorted coldly. He then turned around and soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that this battle would not happen in the end. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was actually a member of Valurium Palace. It seemed like the Crown Prince competition was about to change again. General Li Hua stepped forward and stood beside Lin Xian. Then he opened a red scroll. Then the scroll broke, forming runes that filled the sky. They quickly formed an array and sent Lin Xian and General Li Hua away. The news of the sword meet on Mount Hua quickly spread throughout the Tai dynasty. The entire dynasty was in an uproar. They did not expect that Bai Zijing would be defeated in the end, and a youth called Lin Xian actually obtained the title of #1 swordsman. It was also the first time that Lin Xian's name was remembered by the Tai dynasty. For a moment, everyone was discussing and guessing the identity and background of this Lin Xian. Valurium Palace. King Valurium laughed heartily. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded in satisfaction. Sir Lin, I did not expect you to be able to defeat Bai Zijing. Your Highness is too polite. It was just a fluke. Lin Xian smiled. King Valurium said that it was not a fluke. Bai Zijing was very strong. In terms of sword skills, almost no one in the younger generation could surpass him. I did not expect that you would succeed. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise to you. From tomorrow onwards, you can enter the second mountain. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Xian also smiled. The second mountain was the mountain of ice. If he could enter, perhaps his sea god's ice would be even stronger. In the first mountain of fire, Lin Xian had not only absorbed hellfire, but also cultivated 2 killer moves. The first was Hellfire Lotus. The second was Fire God's Roar. What kind of killer moves would he be able to cultivate on the mountain of ice this time? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Soon, he bid farewell to King Valurium and returned to his residence. He was ready to enter the mountain of ice the next day. After Lin Xian left, another youth in purple appeared in the hall. He was King Valurium's son. At this moment, he said with a face full of shock, Father, he really did it. How did this kid do it? I don't know, but I know that we have found a treasure. Inform the 8th prince and have him come. I want to introduce this Lin Xian to the 8th prince. Yes, I understand. I will contact Brother 8 right away. The youth in purple no longer had his previous disdain. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. In fact, he was shocked. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian set off from the valley and flew towards the mountain of ice. Soon, he entered the second mountain of ice. As soon as he stepped in, the wind and snow that filled the sky blew onto his body. It was as if it wanted to freeze him into an ice statue. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used sea god's ice to resist it. As expected of a mountain that was related to the Hellhound, the ice on this mountain was too terrifying. It could definitely evolve Lin Xian's sea god's ice. After finding a place, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his fingers. He entered a state of cultivation. Time slowly passed. 10 days, 1 month, 1.5 months. On this day, 2 figures came to the Valurium Manor. One of them was a youth. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. He exuded a heroic aura. He wore green robes with golden dragons embroidered on his sleeves. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was obvious that he was no ordinary person. Beside him was a middle-aged man in white robes. The man's face was pale and beardless. An ice sword hung from his waist, and his aura was fierce, especially his gaze. It was like a peerless divine sword. No one dared to look directly at him. Taoist Long, do you think the person Valurium King Wants me to meet this time as Lin Xian? The man in green robes asked with a smile. The middle-aged man beside him said, That's for sure. Valurium King has already pledged allegiance to you, 8th Prince. Moreover, it was General Li Hua who took Lin Xian away at the end of the Battle of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be Valurium King's man. This time, he must have introduced him to you as well. Hearing this, the man in green robes smiled proudly. He was obviously very satisfied. Valurium King was really lucky to have found such a powerful young genius. Even Bai Zijing was defeated. Moreover, he made Bai Zijing seal his sword for 100 years. It seems that he won't be able to help the first prince in this battle for the position of crown prince. This time, he'll cut off one of boss Huangzi's arms. I'm afraid that our chances of winning will be much higher. That's only natural. Daoist Long also smiled. Speaking of luck, you're still the luckiest prince. No matter how many geniuses Valurium King has, they'll all be yours in the end. Chapter 2045. The two whispered to each other as they hurried towards the depths of the Valurium Palace. Soon, King Valurium sensed two powerful auras. The corner of his lips curled up. He knew that the 8th Prince was here. With a flicker of his body, he tore through the void and appeared outside. 8th Prince, please come in. King Valurium smiled. The man in green smiled. Royal uncle, you're too polite. I'm a junior after all. You don't have to be so polite. Oh, right. I wonder why Uncle Wang is looking for me this time. Could it be that he wanted to introduce me to that young man called Lin Xian? That's right. King Valurium smiled. The 8th Prince must have heard about the sword meet of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be very powerful. If he could work for the 8th Prince, he would definitely increase the 8th Prince's chances of winning. Royal uncle, you're too kind. If I succeed, I won't mistreat you. The 8th Prince smiled. Then he looked at Daoist Long and asked, Royal uncle, where's Lin Xian? I want to meet him. 8th Prince, please come with me. King Valurium nodded and led the way. The three of them flew towards the Hell Mountain like lightning. Royal uncle, I have to say that you're really amazing. You must have spent a lot of effort to get this three-headed hellhound's mountain from an ancient ruin, right? This is a legendary demonic beast on the sky ranking. You actually managed to get your hands on its corpse. Looks like your luck is really heaven-defying. 8th Prince, you must be joking. There are all kinds of cultivation treasures in the palace. My 3 mountains are really not worth mentioning. King Valurium said. Then he looked at the mountain in front and said loudly, Sir Lin, are you satisfied with your cultivation? His voice turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ice mountain. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. The 8th Prince was fine, but Daoist Long, who was beside him, frowned. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. This voice contained a strange power. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Exploding rapidly, the terrifying sound waves spread to the ice in front. Boom, boom, boom. The void rippled, as if it was about to explode. The frost on the ice mountain peak also began to tremble violently. Snow and ice flew everywhere. It looked like an avalanche was about to happen. However, at that moment, an enormous burst of ice energy was drawn out. Then, the wind and snow that filled the sky turned into 2 enormous ice palms that held up all of the mountain peaks. The howling cold wind that filled the sky instantly quieted down. As for that thunderous sound wave, it was instantly sealed in ice. What a powerful method! What a terrifying power of ice! When the 8th Prince saw this scene, his brows furrowed. As for Daoist Long, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. When Daoist Long saw that the other party had actually dared to make the 8th Prince wait, he was extremely displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to take the other party down a notch. However, he didn't expect that the other party's methods would far exceed his expectations. as expected of the person who could defeat Bai Zijing. He was really powerful. Off to the side, King Valurium smiled but said nothing. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. Now he was looking forward to the person inside. Inside the ice mountain peak, Lin Xian also slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xian opened his eyes and then frowned slightly. As soon as he circulated his soul power, Lin Xian sensed 3 powerful auras outside. One of them belonged to King Valurium. The other 2 must have an extraordinary identity as well. He sighed and slowly stood up. He knew that he couldn't continue cultivating. However, the results of this 1.5 months were also very significant. He had once again mastered 2 killer moves. One was the offensive Frost Break, and the other was a defensive ability, Ice Guard. The power of Sea God's Ice had also increased. In the next moment, Lin Xian tore the void and left the ice mountain peak. Whoosh! Soon, he appeared in front of King Valurium and the other 2. He found that there were 2 other people besides King Valurium. One was a young man in a green robe, and the other was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. Both of their auras were very powerful. However, it seemed that the young man's identity should be more honorable. Whether it was the middle-aged man with a pale face or King Valurium, they both stood behind the young man. Needless to say, he should be one of the princes. After all, only princes could make King Valurium cautious. At this moment, King Valurium spoke with a smile. Young Master Lin, this is the 8th prince of the Tai dynasty. The 8th prince. Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. He had learned a little about the situation during the battle at Huashan. There were 3 most powerful princes in the Tai dynasty. Among them, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Bai Zijing, who he had defeated, was one of the 1st prince's men. He didn't expect King Valurium to support the 8th prince. In the next moment, he cupped his fist slightly. Greetings, 8th prince. Young Master Lin, you are too polite. I have heard about the Battle of Mount Hua. Young Master Lin is indeed a young genius and a peerless swordsman. You were able to defeat Bai Zijing. If you can work for me, my chances of winning the Crown Prince competition will be much higher. Crown Prince competition? Hearing this, Lin Xian showed a trace of surprise. He didn't know about this. He had just come to the Tai dynasty not long ago. His original purpose was to come to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He thought that he could only learn about the nest of 10,000 dragons by getting close to the core of the dynasty. Therefore, he came to the Valurium Palace. But he didn't expect that King Valurium would introduce him to the 8th prince and ask him to participate in the Crown Prince competition. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the Crown Prince competition. After all, it had nothing to do with him, who became the Crown Prince. However, King Valurium's next words changed his mind. Because King Valurium said, Young Master Lin, I think you don't know about the Crown Prince competition. It's very simple. The Crown Prince competition was a competition for the position of Crown Prince among all the princes of the Tai dynasty. This was an open competition. Every prince could invite the various major factions and outstanding geniuses to help. For example, if the 8th prince became the Crown Prince, everyone who supported him would be baptized by the Dragon Vein. That was the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. Being baptized by the Dragon Vein was absolutely beneficial to cultivators. Dragon Vein baptism. Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He was no stranger to the Dragon Vein baptism. When he was in the Heavenly South region, he had participated in the Azure Dragon Society. He was the champion at that time and had been baptized by the Dragon Vein. But the Dragon Vein of the Heavenly South region was incomparable to the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. One could imagine how great the benefits would be if he was baptized by the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. Thinking of this, he understood. No wonder so many experts were willing to participate in the Crown Prince competition. There were such benefits. Chapter 2046. He thought for a while and nodded with a smile. As long as the 8th prince doesn't mind, I will try my best to become the crown prince. Great. Hearing this, the 8th prince smiled satisfactorily. With the participation of Lin Xian, a powerful swordsman, the 8th prince's team would become stronger. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "8th prince, I can't go back with you now." "Can't go back? What's going on?" The 8th prince was stunned. Lin Xian said, "I have an agreement with King Valurium to help him complete 3 tasks and enter the 3 mountains behind. I have completed 2 tasks, and there is still 1 more mountain that I have yet to enter. I will go after I complete the last task." Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned for a moment before he understood. This must be King Valurium's idea. King Valurium smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, since you have joined the 8th prince's team, you don't have to do the 3rd task. You can enter the Lightning Mountain directly." "Really? Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xian was happy. He knew that King Valurium was giving face to the 8th prince. However, he didn't care about it. He didn't care about the relationship between the kings and the princes. All he wanted was strength. At the next moment, Lin Xian said, "8th prince, when I come out from the Lightning Mountain, I will go and find you. I will wait for you." The 8th prince nodded satisfactorily. King Valurium smiled and said, "Since you have met him, why don't you come to my place to drink some spirit tea? I have recently obtained some good spirit tea." "Uncle King, you are too polite. I remember that your Hongling spirit tea is the best," the 8th prince said with a smile. Then he, Daoist Long, and King Valurium left the place. Lin Xian turned around and entered the Lightning Mountain. Above the Lightning Mountain, the last mountain, Lin Xian also had the lightning attribute. However, the gap between it and the sea god's ice and hellfire was getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, he rarely used the power of lightning. But now, the power of lightning within the thunderbolt just so happened to make up for this. Therefore, he began to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, in the palace, on the other hand, the 1st prince's expression was unusually gloomy and even somewhat sinister. Because he had lost a general, Bai Zijing, that was his most capable swordsman, who was extremely powerful. Originally, he had planned to rely on the White Sun realm to sweep across the world and obtain a huge advantage. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated at the sword sparring competition on Mount Hua. He was even forced to seal his sword for 100 years. If that was the case, he would not be able to help him at all, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Damn it, damn it. Who can tell me what's going on with that Lin Xian? He had already found out about the sword meet on Mount Hua. He naturally knew that the person who had defeated Bai Zijing was a young man called Lin Xian. However, he had never heard of this person before, which was why he lost so unexpectedly. We also didn't expect Bai Zijing to lose. Yes, it was indeed surprising. The warriors under his command said. However, although Lin Xian's background was unknown, he was definitely related to King Valurium. Otherwise, General Li, who wouldn't have intervened and taken him away in the end. He must have intervened to protect the kid. Valurium Palace? Hearing this, the 1st prince narrowed his eyes. This King Valurium usually keeps a very low profile. I once invited him, but he politely refused. Now, I don't even know which prince he's standing behind. No matter which prince he's standing behind, as long as the 1st prince wants him, he'll be yours. Even if you can't get him, you should get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of the princes really does get him, then he'll be a huge threat. After all, someone who could defeat Bai Zijing was absolutely terrifying. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, the 1st prince slammed the table, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. Scariver, great master, king of many treasures, bring me to Valurium Palace. You must make King Valurium join our side, and make him hand over that Lin Xian. If he can't be used by me, then just kill him. There's no need to keep him alive. Yes, don't worry. First Prince. The two men laughed. Scariver Great Master was an old man in white robes, and King of Many Treasures was a middle-aged man with a long beard. After receiving their orders, they turned and left the great hall. On the other side, the third prince was somewhat happy. This was because the first prince's loss was undoubtedly good news for him. At the same time, he was also curious about Lin Xian's identity. He was on King Valurium's side. The third prince narrowed his eyes. On the side, a middle-aged man holding a feather fan laughed. Your Highness, should we send someone to Valurium Palace? This King Valurium seems to keep a low profile, but he's actually quite ambitious. I'm guessing that he's already joined one of the princes. However, he's not on our side. Your Highness is wise. Actually, I'm thinking the same thing. I feel that we should rope in that Tan Yifei. Since he has a grudge against Lin Xian, we should use him to our advantage. Moreover, Tan Yifei isn't any weaker than Lin Xian or Bai Zijing. Very well, Mr. Yu, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll leave this matter to you. You must rope in Tan Yifei under my command. The third prince smiled. He was very satisfied and trusted this Mr. Yu. Valurium Palace. King Valurium and the eighth prince had left to discuss the details of the battle for the position of crown prince. Lin Xian was still in closed-door cultivation, absorbing the power of lightning with all his might. However, Valurium Manor was greeted by two figures. One was an old man in white robes, and the other was a middle-aged man with a long beard. The Scariver Great Master and the King of Many Treasures had been sent by the first prince. Both of them were great experts with great strength. At this moment, they were surrounded by powerful auras. They stood high in the sky and scanned the ground with their souls. Immediately, their powerful soul power enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. Everything below was captured by the two men. King Valurium wasn't here? Scariver Great Master was a bit surprised. He really hadn't sensed King Valurium's aura. The King of Many Treasures sneered at the side. If he wasn't here, then there was nothing to talk about. Go down and capture that Lin brat. All right, let's do that. The Scariver Great Master also revealed a sinister smile. Both of them were vicious and merciless. As great experts, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian might be able to contend against one of them, but if the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Where was that brat? After looking around, the Scariver Great Master frowned again. He hadn't sensed the other's aura either. According to the information he'd received from the Sword of Mount Hua, the other was a swordsman with a very fierce aura. It was easy to identify him. However, the Scariver Great Master couldn't find him. Let me do it. Chapter 2047. The Origin Soul Mirror. It was a powerful Earth-ranked treasure that could track anyone's movements. It should be able to find that Lin brat. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures activated the Origin Soul Mirror in his hand. A mysterious aura emerged and enveloped Valurium Manor below. 30 minutes later, King of Many Treasures smiled sinisterly. He'd found his target. Found him? The Scariver Great Ancestor asked when he saw King of Many Treasures smile. King of Many Treasures nodded. Yes, I found him. Come with me. In the next moment, the two tore through the air and disappeared in a flash of light. They used powerful abilities to conceal their presence so that no one in the manor would know that they'd entered. In order to conceal their presence, King of Many Treasures took out a large purple umbrella that floated above their heads. The purple umbrella was engraved with mysterious Dao runes. Tens of thousands of runes hung down from it, covering the two. All auras were concealed. Therefore, Even if there were experts in Valuria Manor, they wouldn't be able to sense them. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of Hell Mountain. The scar of her great ancestor and king of many treasures narrowed their eyes when they saw the three strange peaks that towered into the clouds. What a strange mountain! What terrifying power! The two were shocked. They hadn't expected Valuria Manor to have such a treasure. Why do I feel like this aura belongs to a peerless monster king? Whatever. Be careful. There's more to this mountain than meets the eye. That brat's aura is in one of the lightning peaks. Should we attack? The scar of her great ancestor asked. Yes, let's do it here. We'll go all out. I'm sure we'll be able to take down that brat quickly. However, let me set up a formation around him first. King of Many Treasures was called that because he had many treasures. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to take out another heaven-sealing formation, which completely sealed off the three peaks of hell and isolated their auras. After doing all this, the two looked at each other and grinned sinisterly. Hum hum. The two turned into flickering shadows and tore through the air, flying towards the lightning peaks. They appeared in the lightning peaks in the blink of an eye. Their king domains expanded and enveloped the surroundings. Humph! Lin Xian opened his eyes when he sensed this. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He was not surprised by what had happened. Although he was cultivating in seclusion, there was still the dark red divine dragon beside him. With the dark red divine dragon's strength, it would have discovered the other party long ago. Hence, Lin Xian was prepared. Who are you people? How dare they make a move in Valuria Manor? Lin Xian slowly stood up and asked coldly. In the void, the Tianhe great ancestor and the king of many treasures were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so calm. Could it be that he didn't know his own situation? Kid, it doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that you come back with us obediently. What if I don't? Lin Xian sneers, then don't blame us for being rude. Attack. The two of them coldly shouted. Then their king's domains roiled, exploding out with extremely terrifying energy. Space twisted as two massive energies tore through the void. They were like sharp heavenly swords as they viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon image appeared beneath his feet as he took a step forward, instantly dodging the spatial cracks that filled the sky. He came to the side, his brows furrowed. 2 great experts and elite great experts at that. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. They must have figured out his strength before making a move. His current combat strength was probably already known during the sword duel on Mount Hua. Therefore, sending an elite great expert would not be enough to take him down. Only 2 elite almighties could pose a threat to him. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge all of my attacks? Up above, the Tianhe great ancestor sneered. They had a general understanding of Lin Xian. They knew that he was fast and skilled with the sword. However, the other party knew nothing about them. Therefore, this was their advantage. For 2 elite almighties to take down a young brat, it would be a piece of cake. It seems that you know me very well. But do you really think you know me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you can take me down with just the 2 of you? What a fool's dream. Ruffian dragon, go ahead. Fuck, I haven't exercised my muscles in a long time. This is a good time to play with them. The dark red dragon sneered and attacked quickly. It charged toward the Lord of Many Treasures. How dare a snake come over? You're courting death. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me, kid. Seeing the dark red dragon flying over, the Lord of Many Treasures sneered disdainfully. Boom. He struck out with his palm, forming a vast and unparalleled force that enveloped the area below. Bang. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the dark red divine dragon's divine dragon tail whip had sent his vast energy flying. Not only that, but the other party also stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at him. That swift and fierce aura made his hair stand on end. Damn it, what's that? How can it have such powerful attack power? The Lord of Many Treasures was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Therefore, in the next moment, he and the dark red dragon fought. On the other side, Lin Xian had his eyes on the Tianhe Great Ancestor. What did you say just now? You want to take me away? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, he shouted, clenched his hand into a fist, and quickly punched out. The violent power that filled the sky turned into a black dragon and rushed towards the Tianhe Great Ancestor. Instantly, the void where he was shattered. The Tianhe Great Ancestor's expression changed. He quickly retreated and barely dodged the punch. Then his expression became extremely gloomy. That was because he realized that their advantage was gone. Originally, they thought that it would be 2 against 1, so that they could quickly take down the other party. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. The Lord of Many Treasures was actually restrained by a red snake, so he could only face Lin Xian alone. This would greatly increase the difficulty of his success. But even so, he still had to make a move. He did not believe that a brat could overturn the sky and defeat him. Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly made a move. A blue heavenly river appeared beside him, emitting a rumbling sound. Then, along with his palm, it quickly rushed forward like a divine rainbow that streaked across the void. This attack was too fierce. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. The Milky Way that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Ice Guardian! Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a cold aura quickly appeared on his body, forming a huge ice queen that enveloped him. Chapter 2048. The Ice Queen was 1,000 feet tall. Her body was hazy, and there were 2 blue wings on her back. At this moment, she quickly closed the dragon and protected Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying Milky Way collided violently with the Ice Queen. However, it didn't break. On the contrary, after the collision, countless frost formed on the Milky Way, and it quickly froze. Not only that, but the entire space was also filled with endless cold air. The Sky River Great Ancestor felt that the spiritual power and speed in his body were suppressed and became slower than before. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was shocked that the other party had such a terrifying ice aura, the wind and clouds above his head changed, forming a huge vortex. Moreover, there was the sound of thunder. Terrifying bolts of thunder appeared above him. This was originally a mountain of thunder, and at this moment, it was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning. However, the Sky River Great Ancestor was more powerful. He used his king's domain to block all the thunder and lightning outside. Thus, he didn't receive the impact of the thunder and lightning. But now, the change above his head made his expression change drastically. He found that his king's domain couldn't block the thunder and lightning above him. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered rapidly, and the black mass made him feel suffocated. 5-colored lightning flashed in the clouds. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Have a taste of my new killer move, 5 Thunders. As his voice fell, in the sky in front of him, a bolt of lightning fell. It was 5-colored lightning, and it carried a violent power that filled the sky. Like a wild dragon, it directly struck the Sky River Great Ancestor. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the 5-colored lightning exploded, and a huge roar sounded. Everything in front of him was completely drowned by the sea of lightning. The huge thunder pierced through the void. This scene made even the King of Many Treasures, who was fighting in the distance, change his expression drastically. He didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. It was far beyond his expectations. Sure enough, when the lightning in front of him disappeared, the Sky River Great Ancestor's figure appeared. However, he was in a sorry state. His body was charred black, and it was obvious that he had been struck by lightning. There was even black smoke coming out of his mouth. "Ah, damn brat! I'm going to kill you!" the Sky River Great Ancestor roared crazily. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom, boom. He waved his hands, and the Milky Way around him surged, emitting a mighty power. A terrifying blue light shot into the sky. The Milky Way quickly covered the Tianhe Great Ancestor's body. Then, as his hands moved, 2 huge blue palms were formed and blasted out. He once again charged towards Lin Xian. Wang! Lin Xian's body was enveloped in the ice barrier. Then he pulled out the 9 Demon sword and rushed over. With a wave of his sword, a terrifying black sword light tore through the void. It was like the netherworld as it directly appeared in front of the Tianhe Great Ancestor. Peng! The Sky River Great Ancestor slapped the 9 underworld demon sword with both hands, creating a loud sound. The two of them quickly engaged in an intense battle, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The Milky Way shone brilliantly. At this moment, the Sky River Great Ancestor roared. Immediately, the Sky River on his body changed. Stars appeared in the surging Milky Way, dazzling and emitting a mysterious aura. Pung, pung, pung. Some of the stars rotated and collided violently with Lin Xian's Ice Guardian. Then Lin Xian was pushed back. "Kid, do you think that's all I have? I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me," the Tianhe Great Ancestor sneered. His white hair danced in the wind, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, the Tianhe Great Ancestor was like a demon king. He had the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. He raised his hands high, and the sky gathered to form a huge vortex. Milky Way slash. He raised the Milky Way with one hand and slashed it forward as if it had turned into a blade light. This attack was like a rainbow. It was really like a sky full of stars. With a powerful pressure, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His body emitted black flames that instantly covered the area. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was like a rainbow, and he was unstoppable. Fire God roar! Lin Xian once again used a powerful killer move. Immediately, the Ice Guardian on his body disappeared and was replaced by a flame giant. Roar! With a furious roar, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful sound waves mixed with the terrifying flames formed a violent and boundless black wave that rushed forward. In the next moment, the two collided. The two collided fiercely in the sky. The Milky Way shook, and the light flickered. The terrifying flame energy surged and shattered the void. Clang! Another earth-shattering attack. Then, the Milky Way and the sky shattered into pieces under the fire god's roar. He actually broke my Milky Way slash. The Tianhe Great Ancestor's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party's flames to be so powerful that they could burn his Milky Way slash. It really surprised him. However, what made his scalp tingle was still behind, because on the opposite side, Lin Xian made another move. He raised the 9 darkness demonic sword high, and the flame giant on his body did the same. Whoosh! Not only that, but 100 feet long flame sword appeared in the sky. The flames jumped and burned the void. It also emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Whoosh! The sword slashed down, splitting the void into 2 halves. The terrifying flame giant sword completely enveloped the Tianhe Great Ancestor. It was too shocking. Even in the sky, there was a loud dragon's roar. because not only did this flame giant sword fuse with the hellfire, but it also had the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that it made people despair. Even the king of many treasures, who was fighting with the dark red divine dragon, felt his scalp tingle. He also felt the threat of death. In the next moment, he decisively retreated thousands of miles and looked ahead in shock. The void in front of him collapsed, and the Tiana great ancestors' king's domain was split open by the sword. The power of lightning surged out, and the Tiana great ancestors' clothes were torn. There was a huge sword scar on his body. The sword scar was very terrifying. It had split open his inner armor, revealing deep white bones. Go. When the king of many treasures saw this scene, his scalp tingled. He turned into a stream of light and quickly arrived beside the Tiana great ancestor. Then he soared into the sky, not daring to stay here at all. Want to leave? Not so easy. The dark red divine dragon sneered and flicked its dragon claws, covering the sky and the earth, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The terrifying dragon claws carried the dragon's might and shattered the void. The terrifying power enveloped the two of them. The king of many treasures' expression changed. He raised his hand and threw out a large green bell. It grew bigger and bigger, like a green mountain, and resisted the dragon claws in the sky. At the same time, he quickly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the mountain of lightning. Then he broke the formation and fled out of Valurium Manor. You want to leave? Let's see if I'll let you. Chapter 2049. Valurium Manor hadn't noticed the previous battle because of the formation's defenses. But now that the formation had been removed, the aura here immediately attracted Valurium Manor's attention. All of a sudden, a cold aura appeared, and powerful figures quickly descended. What followed was a series of thunderous voices. Who dares to behave so atrociously in the manor? Crack, crack. Lord of many treasures felt his scalp go numb when he saw the experts from Valurium Manor. Honored Master Tianhe was even paler. He'd already consumed many treasures to stop his injuries from worsening, but the sword aura on his wounds couldn't be erased in a short time. He knew that he'd lost this time. He'd underestimated his opponent. His opponent was too strong, and the sword aura was too strange. It seemed indestructible. Lord of many treasures sighed. He couldn't face the situation head-on. So he took out a spatial jade slip. This was a very precious teleportation jade slip. There was a teleportation formation sealed inside, which could teleport people out. That was what he was using right now. Boom. The red jade slip burned, and runes that filled the sky gathered under their feet, forming a spatial array platform. The two of them quickly disappeared. When the formation disappeared, several powerful figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Then, a giant palm slammed into the spatial vortex. Bang! The palm slammed down with earth-shattering force, but it was still a step too late. Lord of many treasures and honored Master Tianhe had already been teleported away. What's going on? What's going on? General Li Hua had also arrived. He looked at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, I don't know. They're probably here to assassinate me. I was cultivating on Lightning Mountain when they suddenly attacked, but one of them was heavily injured by me, so they ran away. Heavily injured by you? Hearing this, the experts' eyelids twitched wildly. Although they hadn't seen the newcomers clearly, they could tell from their auras that they were elites among experts. It was inconceivable that such people would be heavily injured by a 6-star king. They knew that Lin Xian was strong enough to defeat Bai Zijing, but no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to contend against 2 elite experts. However, Lin Xian did it, which really surprised them greatly. They knew that the young man before them must have a secret that they were unaware of. Of course, there was no way they could pry into such a secret. All right, it's good that you're fine. Be more careful. Now that His Highness is not in the mansion, you should be careful. I got it. Lin Xian nodded and said, since their assassination failed, I've decided to leave immediately and head to the royal city to meet up with the 8th prince. All right, then be careful. General Li nodded and instructed. Indeed, now was the best time to leave because the news hadn't spread yet. Otherwise, it would have been a while later. After those people received the news and learned of Lin Xian's strength, they would send even stronger assassins. After bidding farewell to General Li Hua, Lin Xian descended from the sky and flew towards the imperial city of the Tai Empire. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures and Master Tianhe had also quickly fled Valurium Manor. Then, the two of them appeared in a barren mountain. Damn it! How could that kid be so strong? Master Tianhe gnashed his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures' expression was grave as well. He hurriedly sent news to the first prince that the situation had changed. The royal palace. The first prince's expression darkened when he received the news. He hadn't expected that 2 elite experts would fail to capture the young man. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, after this incident, he and Lin Xian had probably formed a grudge. Therefore, it was impossible to recruit the young man. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Lin Xian immediately. He couldn't allow the other princes to use him. If 2 elite almighties couldn't kill you, then 4 almighties would do. I don't believe that you can defy the heavens. The first prince sneered. He had no shortage of great experts. Therefore, he immediately sent 4 of them to Valurium Manor to kill the enemy. However, he was destined to fail because Lin Xian had long since left Valurium Manor. On the other side, the third prince was very happy because he'd successfully recruited Tan Yifei, the genius of the Dian Sacred Land, to his side. Now, he was even stronger than before. He was confident that he would emerge victorious in the battle for the crown prince's position. He would suppress the first prince and the 8th prince. The crown prince's position will be mine. The third prince smiled proudly. Time slowly passed. On this day, Lin Xian's figure appeared above a formation in the capital. He'd used Valurium Manor's transportation formation to arrive at the capital. The capital city was vast and majestic. Moreover, Lin Xian could sense the rich spirit energy in the air as soon as he appeared. He could even feel the surging draconic aura beneath the ground. It was as if a peerless beast was entrenched beneath the earth. Not long after, Lin Xian used the method given to him by General Li to contact the 8th prince. The air rippled as 4 burly men appeared. They were bare-chested, their muscles bulging like horned dragons. Each one of them was incredibly powerful. However, they were merely sedan bearers. They slowly descended while carrying a red palanquin. Are you Lin Xian, Sir Lin? One of the men asked in a low voice as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. No, I am. The 8th prince has sent us to receive Sir Lin. They opened the palanquin as they spoke. All right. Lin Xian nodded and climbed into the palanquin. The 4 burly men lifted the palanquin and soared into the air. They turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air. In an imperial garden, the 8th prince sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. At this time, a red light flashed in the sky. An enormous red palanquin carried by 4 burly men quickly descended. The 8th prince narrowed his eyes when he saw this. The guards beside him also quickly walked forward. Whoosh! When the palanquin landed, 2 maids opened the curtains respectfully. Lin Xian then walked out from the palanquin. Ha, Sir Lin, we meet again. The 8th prince laughed when he saw Lin Xian walk out. Greetings, 8th prince. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Come, Brother Lin, have a taste of my spiritual tea. This is an 8,000-year-old red-robe spiritual tea. Thank you, 8th Prince. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He walked into the pavilion and sat on the stone bench. Then he picked up the cup of spiritual tea in front of him and slowly tasted it. "It is indeed a good tea," Lin Xian praised. Indeed, this was an 8,000-year-old spiritual tea. It contained an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Chapter 2050. If one drank this kind of spiritual tea for a long time, it would be very beneficial to a warrior. Of course, ordinary people could not afford to drink it. Perhaps only the princes and princesses could afford to drink it. Moreover, it was too old. Perhaps only these spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines could grow for so long. Other than that, it was very difficult for human warriors to live to this age. At least a king could not live to this age. The king realm, at most, one could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years. Further up, it would not work unless one made a breakthrough. Enter the legendary sage realm. Only then could one continue to live longer, obtain great power. Otherwise, one would not be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Brother Lin, let me tell you about the Crown Prince battle. Next, the 8th Prince introduced Lin Xian to the Crown Prince battle. Although the 8th Prince had a noble status before he had become the Crown Prince, his attitude had been very amiable. Not only to Lin Xian, but to all the other prodigies as well, he treated them with the utmost respect. Because he had to rely on these people to become the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince battle was where all the princes fought for the position of Crown Prince. This time, there were a total of 15 princes participating in the Crown Prince battle. Among them, the first prince was the most powerful, followed by the 3rd prince and the 8th prince. Among them, the 3 princes were not too different in strength and were ranked in the first tier. That left the 2nd and 3rd echelons. In the 2nd tier, the 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 15th prince were more powerful. After that, the 8th prince did not introduce anyone else because those people did not pose any threat to him. The Crown Prince battle was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a challenge competition. The young elites led by the 15 princes would compete for the first King Jade Talisman. If they won a round, they would get a King Jade Talisman. Those Jade Talismans and Ace Medallions would accompany the princes and the experts to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage was also a competition. However, there were no rules. As long as one had the most King Jade Talismans in the set time, he would be the Crown Prince. Therefore, either of these 2 stages was very important. If one could collect a large number of King Jade Talismans in the first stage, it would be much easier in the 2nd stage. Of course, these 2 stages had restrictions. The first round had an age restriction. The participants could not be older than 300 years old. The 2nd stage was restricted by one's cultivation level. Those who entered the 2nd stage could not be peerless almighties. In other words, everyone's cultivation had to be below the 8-star king realm. After learning this, Lin Xian had a better understanding of the competition for the position of Crown Prince. At this moment, the 8th Prince spoke again. "Mr. Lin, although you have defeated Bai Zijing, don't let your guard down. This was because the other princes had too many young experts under them. You still have to be careful. Some of them were not weaker than Bai Zijing. Don't worry, 8th Prince, since I have already promised you, then I will definitely do my best." Lin Xian nodded. Next, the 2 of them sipped tea. On the other side, the other princes had all received secret reports. It was no longer a secret that Lin Xian had entered the palace. Therefore, all the princes received the news that Lin Xian was invited by the 8th Prince. What? That kid was actually recruited by the 8th Prince. After the 3rd Prince received the news, his face turned gloomy. Although he had expected this, he still could not calm down when he confirmed the news. After all, the strength that Lin Xian had displayed was really terrifying. The middle-aged man, Mr. "You who was fanning himself, said in a deep voice, "Third prince, although this is unexpected, it is also within our consideration. Although that kid has defeated Bai Zijing, it will not be so easy for him to defeat us. In our hands we have the tyrant fist and the first saber. It is impossible for him to defeat us." "That's right." The third prince calmed down and sat down again. His eyes flickered as he began to think about the future. When the first prince heard the news, he flew into a rage. He was about to go crazy because he did not expect Lin Xian to join the eighth prince. This was something that he did not expect. He originally wanted to kill Lin Xian, but now the eighth prince had benefited. "First prince, what should we do?" The cultivators under the first prince were also frowning. This was not good news for them either. Humph. A mere six-star king is not a decisive factor. At most, he will only give us some pressure. The first prince also calmed down and snorted coldly. Indeed, he was the son of the current empress, and he had many experts and geniuses under his command. Although he had lost Bai Zijing, he still had other peerless geniuses. "Go and ask Mother if the person we invited has arrived," the first prince said. He had already prepared. He had already started making preparations. When Bai Zijing was forced to seal his sword, he had asked his mother to find a mysterious and powerful race. He asked a genius from there to come out and help him. Now that he calculated the time, there should be a result. Sure enough, not long after, his subordinate returned. He also told the first prince that the person had arrived. "Is that so? Quickly invite him in." The first prince stood up, very excited. The marshalists under his command were also extremely puzzled. Just what kind of powerhouse could make the first prince treat him so seriously? Soon they saw it. That was because a figure walked in with large strides. It was a young man wearing golden armor. His entire body emitted a resplendent light, and his golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. As he walked, the void trembled rapidly, as if it would split open at any moment. So powerful. Who was he? The other cultivators in the hall were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was because they felt that the blood in their bodies was trembling along with him. This was too terrifying. Even the expressions of those mighty figures changed. The first prince, the young man in golden armor, looked forward and nodded slightly, not bowing. However, the first prince was not angry. Instead, he smiled. He smiled and said, "The Golden Lion King lives up to his reputation." "What? The Golden Lion King? What a strange name." The other peerless experts were shocked. One of them said, "Could it be the demon race?" They were too shocked because the other party had a dense and monstrous aura. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast, causing their hearts to tremble. In fact, with just a glance, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Humph! Hearing this, the young man in golden armor snorted coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a certain direction. Immediately, the cultivator who spoke earlier spat out a large mouthful of blood. As if struck by lightning, he directly crashed into the wall. Chapter 2051. It was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was incomparably pale. He covered his wound and stared straight ahead. The others were also stunned. Their expressions all changed. "How dare you? Who told you to attack here?" They were really angry. The other party attacked without saying a word. They didn't even know the reason. The first prince's expression also changed. He quickly stopped them and told them not to move. "Someone bring out the best healing medicine." He helped the middle-aged man up and said, "You're wrong. Don't talk nonsense." He wasn't from the devil race. He was from the war race. He was a human. What? War race? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, the elders cried out in alarm. Could it be the legendary war clan? Weren't they extinct? How could they still be alive? Hearing this, the elder's expression changed greatly, and he quickly shut his mouth. Because someone had insulted the other party before, the golden youth attacked. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak at all. The first prince explained that the war race hadn't disappeared. They just lived in seclusion in the vast mountains. Ordinary people couldn't find them. This time, it had taken a lot of effort to invite him out from behind the scenes. So that was the case. Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder this youth was so powerful. The war race was a legendary race that had been passed down since ancient times. They lived for battle and were very powerful. They had ancient battle skills. However, they disappeared 10,000 years ago. In the recent few thousand years, they didn't appear in the Middle State continent. Therefore, everyone thought that they were extinct. They didn't expect that they would appear again. Next, the first prince sent the injured, middle-aged man away. Then, he asked someone to bring the Golden Lion King away to rest. The main hall returned to silence. Everyone was still shocked. They didn't expect the first prince to have a genius from the war race. This way, their chances of winning would definitely increase by a lot. This news couldn't be hidden at all. Naturally, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others also caught wind of it. When the third prince found out that the first prince had invited a genius from the war race, he was extremely shocked. The joy that he originally felt from taking in Tan Ife disappeared completely in an instant. His expression became gloomy again. Mr. Yu, who was beside him, also had a serious expression. It seemed that Empress really went through a lot of trouble for the eldest prince. He had actually found the war clan that had been living in seclusion for 10,000 years. It had to be said that it was really surprising. This time around, Bai Zijing had been forced to seal his sword, thinking that the first prince would lose a lot of strength. But from the looks of it now, not only did he not suffer any losses, he even became stronger than before. The war clan was a legendary clan. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying. The people who came this time were not ordinary people either. They should be stronger than the White Child realm. At the side, Mr. Yu also said, "Third prince, let's arrange the lineup for the first stage." While the third prince was arranging his troops, the eighth prince had also received news from his subordinates. Immediately, he frowned. Lin Xian asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Previously, he saw that the eighth prince was beaming with joy, but now, his expression was extremely solemn. He guessed that something must have happened. "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. Something happened." News had just arrived that the first prince had found a genius from the battle race. Battle race? Lin Xian frowned. What race is that? He did not know. He had not been in the Tai dynasty for long. Naturally, he had not heard of the battle race. The eighth prince explained that the battle race was a legendary clan that had been passed down since ancient times. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying and powerful. However, they had disappeared 10,000 years ago. He did not expect them to reappear now. What? There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the origin of the battle race to be so mysterious and powerful. It seems that we have to make a good arrangement. The eighth prince also took a deep breath. After that, he had someone bring Lin Xian away to rest. As for himself, his eyes flickered as he sank in a deep thought. The other princes also received the news and immediately frowned. It could be said that because of the arrival of the Golden Lion King, these princes were extremely nervous. On the other side, after Lin Xian settled down, he also understood some of the situation. This place was indeed a gathering of geniuses and experts, not counting the older generation. Just the geniuses under the age of 300 were very powerful. On the eighth prince's side, there was a young genius called Lu Fei, who was known as the Silver Dragon Spear Monarch. It was said that his silver spear could sweep across all directions. there was a woman called Duan Qingqing. Her bone-melting palm was unparalleled. On the third prince's side, there was a young man called Fist Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely terrifying. In addition, there was a young man called the First Blade. He was very powerful, and his blade technique was outstanding. He was not weaker than Bai Zijing. On the first prince's side, there was a man called the Force King. He was known to be extremely strong and unparalleled in close combat. The other one was the Golden Lion King, who had just appeared. It was extremely terrifying. As a member of the battle race, it was very mysterious and powerful. It attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. In addition, under the fourth prince, there was a swordsman called Jian Shursan. His killing sword technique was extremely terrifying. Once the sword was drawn, it would destroy the enemy. On the ninth prince's side, there was a young man called Gao Jichao. He was very powerful and was said to be an expert of the soul element. On the 15th prince's side, there was a woman called Xiao Yu. It was said that she was a beast tamer and had many terrifying monster kings. Every one of them was a young genius. They were incomparably powerful and made people tremble. Other than these few, the other geniuses were also very terrifying. There were even some who hid their strength and waited for the moment of the competition to unleash their true strength. In the following days, everyone waited quietly and cultivated in silence. On this day, 3 thunderous sounds came from the palace. All the geniuses who were cultivating opened their eyes. Then they stood up. At this time, the guards quickly came over and respectfully said, "Geniuses, the prince invites you." "Young Master Lin, the 8th prince invites you." A guard came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded, stood up, and followed the guard out of the palace. This scene was happening everywhere in the palace. All the princes were gathering their geniuses. It seemed that the first competition was about to begin. In the huge palace, the 8th prince stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood the red-robed, middle-aged Taoist Long. Chapter 2052. In front of him were the young geniuses who were taking part in the competition. Each of them was a terrifying genius. They were all under 300 years old. There are a total of 5 people taking part in this competition. Each of you will fight 5 times. The competition will be a challenge. In other words, we can challenge any of the prince's martial artists. The other princes can also challenge us. I hope everyone will do their best. The 8th prince said loudly. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others nodded. "We will do our best." Not only the 8th prince, but the 3rd prince, 1st prince, 4th prince, and 9th prince were also mobilizing before the battle. After all, this battle would determine whether they could become the crown prince. They had to be careful. "Let's go." Then, the 8th prince opened the door of the palace and led everyone into the depths of the palace. At the same time, the 1st prince, 3rd prince, and the others led their people into the depths of the palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a huge space that was specially set up for this competition. When Lin Xian arrived, he immediately squinted his eyes. He realized that this was not an ordinary martial arts arena, but a space, a unique space. Using an independent space as the arena for the competition, one had to admit that it was really a big deal. Perhaps only the royal family could do it. Soon, the space door opened, and the princes led the geniuses into the space door. The next moment, the scene changed. It was no longer a huge palace or a bustling palace. Instead, it was replaced by a beautiful scenery. Below, there was a huge river. The mountain range was like a group of dragons lying on the ground. There was a huge plain there. There were 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the plain as the boundary. That was where the battle would take place. Around it, there were platforms for everyone to rest. Furthermore, the space was not empty. There were some old and middle-aged people who had arrived in advance. They were all members of the royal family. They were here to preside over the first battle. Humph! The first prince coldly barked. With a wave of his sleeve, he led the group of experts to the largest platform. Then they landed forcefully. After that, the third prince also made his move. "Let's go," the eighth prince said. Then he stepped into the air with Lin Xian and the others following closely behind. Other than that, his prince also acted quickly. When everyone arrived on the platform, the atmosphere of the entire space became somewhat tense. Even the princes were filled with hostility. After all, this was a battle that would determine whether or not he could become the crown prince. If they succeeded, they would become the crown prince, the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. How could they not be hostile? Could it be that this was the Lin Xian who defeated Bai Zijing and became the #1 swordsman in the Tai dynasty? At this moment, the third prince, who was on the platform at the side, spoke. He looked at Lin Xian. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding princes all frowned. The peerless experts around them all wore solemn expressions. For a moment, over 100 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian. The void trembled rapidly. Just like a piece of cloth, it was being torn into pieces. Damn it, this guy is trying to sow discord. The faces of the young experts around the eighth prince also became dignified. Feeling these gazes, their scalps were a little numb. Being pressured by so many people at the same time, they were afraid that the situation would be very bad. Lin Xian naturally felt the hostility from those martial artists. In particular, many of the sword carvings were filled with murderous intent towards him. After all, the title of the #1 swordsman was too sensitive. It could be said that whoever obtained the title of #1 would have endless trouble. Lin Xian also knew this point. However, on this occasion, how could he back down? Suddenly, he snorted coldly. An extremely sharp sword wave rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. It shattered all of those gazes. So powerful! The surrounding young experts were shocked. They did not expect that the other party could resist the joint pressure of so many experts. They had to admit that he was indeed very powerful. No wonder he could defeat Bai Zijing. He was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, at this moment, the eighth prince also laughed loudly. "Third brother is very concerned about my friend." However, Brother Lin was not the only new expert who came this time. There was another one who was said to be the legendary genius of the war tribe. The eighth prince smiled and led the flames of war away from Lin Xian to the first prince. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone frowned again, because the title of the genius of the battle group was even more powerful. The war tribe was a legendary race that had disappeared for nearly 10,000 years. Who would have thought that they would appear again now? This was definitely a shocking matter. Therefore, for a moment, all of their gazes looked at the first prince again. Moreover, they locked onto a young man with a golden light. The young man was clad in golden armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and he was filled with wildness. Was he the genius of the war tribe? Sure enough, what a violent aura. It felt like a peerless demonic beast. He was a peerless enemy. For a moment, the expressions of many young geniuses were incomparably solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party's aura was indeed powerful, which made him feel fearful. Was that the war tribe? He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's heart sank. Just from the aura, he knew that the other party was very strong. Moreover, he knew that the war tribe was rumored to be so godly, so they must have extremely terrifying combat skills. How strong would the other party be? Compared to the White Sun realm, who would be stronger? Other than the golden-haired young man, Lin Xian also discovered a few other powerful figures. According to his judgment, These people should be the experts that he knew from the information. They were distributed among the first prince, the eighth prince, the third prince, and a few other princes. Each of them was a peerless figure and could not be underestimated. All right, I believe that everyone should have received the rules before. Now, I won't talk nonsense. The competition is about to begin. An old voice sounded. In the sky, on the clouds, a few powerful figures sat, cross-legged. They were the hosts of this competition. At this moment, one of the old men said coldly, "Dong, dong, dong." Below, on the ground, there was a war drum that was rapidly beating, letting out a low sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that quickly reverberated in all directions. Once the war drum beats, you will be guided to the war drum platform. Those who are selected can challenge the experts under the other princes. Each of you will have 5 chances to make a move. I hope that you will make good use of them. The old voice sounded again, and the sound of the war drum became louder and louder. Chapter 2053. Not long after, the sound of the war drums gradually subsided. Then, everyone felt an inexplicable force attracting them. But soon, the attraction disappeared. Everyone knew that they were not the first to fight. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. He could feel a powerful force calling out to him. From the beginning, it wanted him to take the first step. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He stood up, took a step forward, and arrived on the ground in the distance. What? He was the first to fight. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Xian. They did not expect that the first to fight would be the number 1 swordsman whose name had spread throughout the empire. They did not expect that the first to fight would be Lin Xian. Not to mention the other princes. Even the 8th prince was slightly surprised. The experts he brought were also surprised. What number 1 swordsman? How arrogant! How dare he shout like that? Was it so easy to be number 1? Many swordsmen sneered. How could someone who was arrogant be called the number 1 swordsman? At that moment, a young man next to the 6th prince sneered disdainfully. Hearing that, the 8th prince frowned. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked coldly, "You're not convinced? Come over here. Come on. I'm not afraid of you." The young man sneered. He was also an expert swordsman and thought that his swordsmanship was superior. Naturally, he was not convinced by others. So, at that moment, he attacked decisively. In the next moment, he took a step forward and a terrifying aura surged from his body. His entire body was like a golden stream of light, quickly flying over from the horizon. It was boundless, and it instantly enveloped the entire space. Then, the swordsman attacked. A sharp sword light shone and shot into the sky. Because the moment he arrived, the battle had already begun. Of course, he would not show mercy. What number 1 swordsman? What Lin Xian? He had never heard of them. "You're just a piece of trash in front of me. I'll cut you in half with my sword." The swordsman sneered, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The sharp sword light instantly arrived above Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi tore through the heavens and earth, causing Lin Xian's red robes to flutter like leaves in the wind. "Go to hell, brat." In the sky, the powerful swordsman sneered. In the distance, the eyes of the martialist princes on the platform flickered. It seemed like they could already see Lin Xian being split in half by this sword. However, Lin Xian stood there like a boulder amidst the terrifying sword chi. He did not dodge at all, nor did he show any fear. His gaze was so deep and calm. It was like a sea of stars, vast and boundless, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sharp sword light in the sky. What was going on? Was he scared out of his wits? Why didn't he dodge or counterattack? When the princes and experts in the distance saw this scene. They were all very puzzled. The sixth prince sneered. What a piece of trash. The number one swordsman couldn't even withstand a single blow. That brat was probably scared out of his wits. He couldn't even resist. The sixth prince sneered disdainfully. On the other side, the eighth prince was also frowning. The eighth prince was fine, but the martialists he brought were also frowning. This was because they could not figure out why Lin Xian's performance was so bad. In the Sky Palace, Gu Mo laughed wildly. He realized that Lin Xian was worse than he had imagined. When he thought of this, he became even more excited. He activated the sword light with all his might and quickly slashed it down. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he saw Lin Xian's eyes. His gaze was so deep and calm. There was no fear in it at all. Oh no, could it be that there was some danger? Gu Mo was puzzled. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. This was because he felt a terrifying aura gushing out from the young man below. That aura made him despair. Crack, crack, crack. Blue ice appeared in the sky and instantly froze the sword light. It formed an ice sword and stopped in midair. What? How could this be? Seeing the scene, the surrounding princes and martial artists were all shocked. They could not believe it. The sixth prince turned pale with fright. Damn it, how could it be? When did he make his move? Why didn't I see it? The sixth prince's face was also gloomy. The other princes were even more surprised. On the other hand, the eighth prince heaved a sigh of relief. However, he soon fell into a deep shock. Lin Xian was too powerful. They did not even see how Lin Xian made his move. What a fast speed! What a terrifying power of ice! For a moment, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's name before, most of them had not seen Lin Xian make his move with their own eyes. Therefore, they were still doubtful about whether Lin Xian had the strength to defeat Bai Zijing. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was really powerful. Although he did not use his sword technique, that move alone was enough to shock them. Damn it, how could this be? In the sky, Gu Mo was even more frightened. His face became extremely ugly. His sword light was extremely sharp, capable of destroying heaven and earth, but at this moment, it was easily frozen by someone. What kind of ice was this? How could it ignore his sword light? He could not figure it out, but he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. As a result, he was now in great danger. After Lin Xian froze his opponent's sword light, he did not immediately make his move. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Then he asked indifferently, "Is this your strength? How dare you look down on me with this little bit of strength? Do you think you can obtain the title of the number one swordsman? What a joke!" Lin Xian sneered. His opponent could not even withstand one of his ice attacks, and he still wanted to compete with him for the title of the number one swordsman. How reckless! You're courting death. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Gu Mo roared crazily. He was a peerless genius and an incomparably powerful swordsman. He was also a capable genius under the sixth prince. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. However, at this moment, his opponent actually looked down on him. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily. Streaks of sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept across all directions. Each streak of sword light was incomparably resplendent, as if they were immortal light. They were extremely sharp. These sword lights swept across together. Nothing could stop them. Even the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They had to admit that Gu Mo was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. At this moment, waves of violent ice energy appeared on Lin Xian's body. A gigantic ice goddess appeared on his body. It quickly grew larger and enveloped heaven and earth. Chapter 2054. In an instant, the entire space was covered in ice. Ice and snow spread, and the cold wind in the sky made everyone's heart tremble. As for the golden sword light that Gu Mo shot out, it was instantly frozen as well. Extinguish, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he pointed out his finger. Along with his action, the huge ice goddess waved her staff and shot out a ball of terrifying cold air. Boom, boom. Suddenly, thousands of miles were frozen. In an instant, Gu Mo and the sword light that filled the sky were frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Shock, absolute shock. When everyone saw the scene, all of them were depressed. They really did not expect Lin Xian to defeat his opponent in one move. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? On the sixth prince's side, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The sixth prince's face also turned black. Gu Mo was also one of his generals, and his sword skills were outstanding. He originally thought that he could get a better result this time, but he did not expect that he would be the first one to be defeated in one move. Not only the sixth prince, but the other princes were also shocked. Among them, the third prince and the first prince looked dignified. Sure enough, the opponent was as powerful as the rumors said. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with Lin Xian's performance. The first match ended with Lin Xian's victory, and he received a trump jade talisman. The eighth prince was very happy. On the other side, Lu Huang Zishuan's face was gloomy as he ordered people to carry Gu Mo away. The eighth prince's side won and was in a good mood. At this time, the war drum sounded again, and the loud sound pierced the sky. It's my turn. Lin Xian had just returned when a beautiful woman beside him stood up. It seemed that she should be the one to make a move. Her name was Duan Qingqing, and she was also a very outstanding genius under the eighth prince. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect it to be the eighth prince's people again. Duan Qingqing arrived at the center of the square, like a beautiful fairy. Then another person stood up. It was a young man. He was a genius under the 11th prince. The battle began quickly, but it also ended quickly. Duan Qingqing was very powerful. Her bone, melting soft palm, was incomparably soft, causing people to be injured without even seeing the danger. In less than 10 moves, the man beside the 11th prince spat out blood and was sent flying. He directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight anymore. There was no way to defend against that soft power. It penetrated his defense and injured his internal organs. Duan Qingqing had obtained another trump jade talisman. Now, the eighth prince had won 2 battles and obtained 2 trump jade talismans. He was above all the other princes. However, the third prince, the first prince, and the other powerful princes were not in a hurry. They knew that this was only the beginning. It was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. As he expected, after Duan Qingqing, the rest of the geniuses made their moves too. The third to appear was a violent young man beside the third prince. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had short red hair. There was a red string tied around his forehead, and he looked extremely violent. This person was very famous. He was the famous fist tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely violent, tearing the world apart. Fist Tyrant punched out and defeated his opponent. His strength was not any weaker than Lin Xian's previous performance. After Fist Tyrant, a few other geniuses made their moves. Among them, a few of them were very powerful. They defeated their opponents in a few short moves. These people were the ones on the list that Lin Xian had seen before. For example, the first prince's Herculean king was extremely strong. He was like a war demon, easily defeating his opponent. The third prince's first move was even more terrifying. The sharp blade tore the world apart. He didn't even make a move. He just used his eyes to send out a blade light and defeated his opponent. In addition, there was a swordsman who was more eye-catching. The person beside the fourth prince was called Jian Shirsan. This person looked very ordinary. If he was placed in the crowd, no one would be able to tell that there was anything unusual about him. However, when he attacked, the wind and clouds changed color. A terrifying, murderous intent spread in all directions, making everyone's hearts turn cold. If it weren't for the royal family's elders in the sky, his opponent would have been killed by a single sword strike. This caused many people to look at Sword 13 with faces full of fear, because Jian Shirsan's sword technique was a legendary killing sword technique. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would be destroyed. It was terrifying. There was also a man beside the ninth prince called Gao Jichao. He was very terrifying. He used a soul technique. When he used his soul technique, his eyes turned white. It was extremely empty and strange. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Therefore, his opponent was directly affected by the illusion and was attacked. In an instant, he was like a puppet being controlled by the other party. The 15th prince was not willing to fall behind. He had a woman in his hand who was very powerful. She looked sweet and petite. She looked like a little bird that relied on people. However, when she fought, it made people's eyelids twitch wildly. This was because the woman directly opened the demon beast pouch. Several terrifying demon kings were released. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all 6-star demon kings. At this moment, they joined hands and defeated their opponents easily. These were all very terrifying geniuses. Among so many geniuses, they were so dazzling that people could distinguish them at a glance. However, the more terrifying one was not them, but the golden youth from the battle group. He was wearing golden armor. When he walked out, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. He didn't even have the courage to fight. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying battle intent emitted by the Golden Lion King was too powerful. His opponent's mind was about to collapse. He couldn't fight it at all. This was also the only person who won without a fight. This made the first prince very satisfied. At this moment, a young man in white beside the 14th prince made his move. This young man was very strange. In such a formal and tense situation, he was actually half lying there, holding a red gourd and drinking nonstop. His eyes were even a little blurry. It seemed like he didn't care about the competition at all. Lin Xian looked at this figure and frowned slightly. This person wasn't on the list that the 8th prince gave him. In other words, this person wasn't too outstanding before. Otherwise, he would have been recorded, because the people on the list were all peerless geniuses under the princes. They were very terrifying. They were worthy of being careful. The drunk young man with the red gourd wasn't on the list. His opponent was one of the first prince's subordinates, a bald man in a black robe. This man's aura was very cold, like a demon king of darkness. It made people's hearts tremble. He looked at the drunk young man and frowned slightly. Then he sneered, "Kid, you're not my match at all. So, I advise you to give up the competition." Chapter 2055. Hearing this, the drunk young man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the bald man, then said, "Giving up is not my style." Hearing this, the bald man in black sneered, "Kid, since you want to die, don't blame me." After saying that, he sneered. With a flash of his body, he quickly charged out. In an instant, he arrived below. Then he threw out a punch. A terrifying black aura condensed into a pitch-black beast claw that grabbed forward. The claw was extremely terrifying. Black aura surrounded it and emitted a chilling power that made people tremble. The demonic claw. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked and exclaimed. That's right, the bald man was also a very terrifying elite. At this moment, the black claw that he used was called the demonic claw. It instantly tore through the void and grabbed forward. Bang! However, when that drunk young man saw the scene, he shuddered. Then his legs grew weak, and he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, he was really drunk. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the drunk young man had fallen, he had narrowly avoided the demonic claw. What? That's possible. The corners of the elite's mouths twitched in disbelief. The demonic claw was extremely terrifying. They were not confident that they could dodge it. However, the other party had dodged it in such a manner. They found it hard to believe. The monk in the black robe's face was also gloomy. His killing move had been dodged by a drunkard, which made him feel embarrassed. In the next moment, he roared, and the black claw grabbed out again. Black aura filled the sky and completely sealed the entire space. "Kid, go to hell!" He roared ferociously and slammed the demonic claw down mercilessly. Bang! However, the drunk young man rolled on the ground and dodged it again. What? He dodged it again. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not expect that the other party had dodged the demonic claw twice, and in such a comical manner. Damn it, this guy is too lucky, everyone was discussing. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. No, it's not luck. He could tell that the other party was definitely not lucky. The reason for that was because the demonic hand was simply too frightening. Even if someone were to fall to the ground, they would not be able to dodge it at all. The other party must have taken advantage of the devil's hand's weakness to dodge it. That's right, a flaw. Any martial art, as long as it was executed by a human, would definitely have a flaw. However, some flaws were hidden very deeply, and some were very small, so ordinary people couldn't find them at all. However, it was clear that the drunk youth had found the devil's hand's weakness twice, allowing him to dodge the two killing moves. That would be interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this drunk youth was not as simple as he seemed. He should also be a super expert. The others, such as the first saber, the Herculean emperor, and the others were aware of this too. Their expressions were solemn. As for the golden lion king, wearing the golden battle armor, it had its eyes closed the entire time. It seemed to have fallen asleep and was not watching any of the matches. It seemed that he was very confident in himself. At the front, the black-robed monk's face was extremely ugly. He had used the devil's hand twice, but he hadn't been able to injure the other party. This made him lose face. He couldn't even get out of the situation. Therefore, he roared angrily, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless devil's chi emerged from the black-robed monk's body and quickly enveloped the entire space. Thick black chi appeared on his hands, and demonic runes appeared on his hands. The two devils' hands were like monstrous beast claws, and they quickly closed together. It was as if two black mountains were pressing down from the sky. This attack truly had the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Buzz, faced with such a terrifying ultimate move, the drunk youth abruptly opened his eyes. His drunken eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. It was so sharp that it made people tremble. As expected, the other party wasn't drunk. In the next moment, two red flames appeared on his fists, and an incomparably bright light burst out. As the flames danced, a mysterious power flowed. Then he waved his fists and punched forward. The void shattered, and the world shook. The devil's chi in the surroundings exploded in an instant. The black-robed monk was also forced back, and he looked at the other party in shock. What happened just now? How did the other party explode with such a powerful force? Damn brat pretending to be mysterious. I'm going to kill you now. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hands. It was extremely black, like the spear of the devil from hell. Buzz. The spear waved, bringing with it a biting cold aura, and it quickly tore the void apart. The black light that filled the sky gathered and turned into a black dragon. roaring in front of him. Hee hee. However, the drunk young man merely chuckled. At this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he opened the wine gourd in his hand again and drank a mouthful of wine. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. What time is it now? You still have time to drink? Many people sneered, thinking that this time the other party was really dead, because the terrifying aura emitted by the devil's spear made them tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Even a mighty figure wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the drunk youth took a step forward, and then he suddenly spat out the wine in his mouth. Poof! The wine spilled out, but as if it had been ignited, it turned into a monstrous fire, rolling in the sky. In an instant, an endless sea of fire spread in the sky, forming a tsunami that rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly burned. The scorching aura seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. What a terrifying flame! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the drunk youth to be able to launch such a powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Sizzle! In an instant, the surrounding devil's chi was quickly burned. The sky became clear again, and the black torrent formed by the devil's spear was also attacked and melted. The flame was too terrifying. It was like a divine flame that could burn everything. The black-robed monk's face changed. The devil's chi on his body belonged to the dark type. Now that it met the monstrous sea of fire, it was naturally suppressed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the devil's spear in his hand shattered, turning into countless black gas, and was then burned clean. Boom. The monk's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, drawing a black light. However, he couldn't escape at all. Chapter 2056. Boom. He was hit by the sea of fire and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The dark monk had lost. The crowd was shocked and could not believe their eyes. The dark monk was extremely terrifying and was listed as a powerful enemy. However, he had lost to an unknown drunk young man. Everyone could not believe it. The first prince's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with coldness. He snorted coldly. What a piece of trash! How dare you embarrass me? The dark monk's defeat surprised the crowd. They did not expect the drunk young man to be so powerful. The 14th prince smiled in satisfaction because he knew the strength of the drunk young man. The drunk young man did not usually show his strength, but his true strength was extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the drunk young man attacked, he displayed a powerful combat strength. The drunk young man appeared in front of the crowd for the first time in this battle. Every peerless genius frowned and was secretly on guard. The competition continued, and the various geniuses attacked again. The battle was unusually intense. Among them, there were peerless geniuses, and there were also dark horses. In short, there were winners and losers among the princes. However, overall, the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were in the lead. Following closely behind them were the 4th prince, the 15th prince, the 9th prince, and the 14th prince. Of course, the princes who were lagging behind looked gloomy. However, they were still able to keep their composure. That was because the battle had just begun and everyone had a chance to attack again. Therefore, they could afford to wait. Soon, the rounds were over. Those who had finished their battle quickly sat down cross-legged and quickly swallowed pills and treasures to recover their inner strength and heal their injuries. That was because no one knew when they would have to fight in such a battle. Therefore, they had to maintain their peak condition at all times to achieve good results. Soon, the battle drums sounded. At that moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and stood up. Is this guy attacking again? When the crowd saw Lin Xian's actions, they became nervous. Previously, they had witnessed Lin Xian defeating a strong opponent with a single move. Everyone had listed Lin Xian as an extremely dangerous person. Now that they saw him fighting, they became nervous again. That was because they did not know who Lin Xian's opponent would be. If it was him, would he be able to withstand it? Lin Xian took a step forward. His figure was like a sword light as he arrived on the battlefield. Then he scanned the surroundings, feeling Lin Xian's sharp gaze. Many people trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Some even didn't dare to look straight at him. Powerful kings like the First Blade and the Fist Tyrant snorted coldly as their eyes shone with a fierce light. For a time, it could be said that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Humph! This was especially true for the first slash. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was like a sharp, heavenly blade that sliced through the void. A terrifying saber intent gushed out of his body. That was because he was known as the #1 swordsman, while his opponent was known as the #1 swordsman. Both of them were in first place, but it was unknown whose sword was stronger and whose saber was stronger. Therefore, when Saber saw Lin Xian for the first time, his gaze was extremely cold. He even wanted to make a move to determine the victor between them. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Even the void was cut open, forming cracks. Everyone held their breaths, thinking that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze. What was going on? He didn't challenge the first slash? Could it be that the two of them didn't fight? Everyone was confused. According to the previous scene, it shouldn't have been like this. They were extremely confused and continued to watch. Lin Xian had indeed shifted his target. His opponent this time was not the first slash. It was someone else, someone that he had wanted to kill for a long time. In the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the first slash. However, he didn't move his gaze away. He was still on the platform where the third prince was. He looked at the other person. It was a young man in a sword robe. His face was arrogant, and he carried a large black sword on his back. His entire body was emitting a sharp aura. "Didn't you want to fight me? I'm here now. Make your move," Lin Xian said coldly. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the sword robe. "Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man in the sword robe sneered, then slowly stood up. The gazes of the surrounding geniuses and princes all turned to look at them. In the next moment, they exclaimed, "That person was from the sacred land of Day. Is the sacred land of Day also in the hands of the third prince? What a freak! I recognize him. He's Tan Yifei, the outstanding prodigy of the sacred land of Day." Right, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, he confronted Lin Xian. However, they were interrupted in the end and didn't fight. They didn't expect that the battle would continue until today. With this reminder, everyone began to recall what had happened. Indeed, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, Tan Yifei wanted to challenge Lin Xian, but was stopped by General Li Hua. Now Lin Xian was going to fight again, and the first person he challenged was Tan Yifei. "Kid, I have to say, how dare you challenge me? You're courting death. If that's the case, I'll let everyone know who the real #1 swordsman is." Tan Yifei revealed a cold smile. The title of the #1 swordsman was too tempting. It was something that every swordsman wanted. Naturally, he was no exception. As long as he could defeat the kid in front of him, he would be able to marry the title. At that time, he could make himself and the sacred land of Day famous in the entire Tai dynasty. Buzz. In the next moment, he took a step forward, tore through the void, and flew forward. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The third prince also narrowed his eyes. He knew that Tan Yifei's strength was not weaker than Bai Zijing's. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final winner between the two of them. However, he had confidence in Tan Yifei. After all, the sacred land of Day was a very terrifying sacred land, And the day sword technique was even more terrifying. The eighth prince also took a deep breath and observed with rapt attention. It could be said that this battle had affected everyone's hearts. Kid, choosing me as your opponent is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. In front, Tan Yifei came to the battlefield, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. So much nonsense. Let's fight. I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and the #1 swordsman. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing the provocation, Tan Yifei's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and a powerful force surged out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light. It pierced through heaven and earth. Chapter 2057. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared in all directions, forming many shining light swords. Boom, boom, boom. The space exploded in an instant, and a powerful aura instantly filled the entire void. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed. So powerful! As expected of a genius from the Dayan's sacred land, that sword was too terrifying. The young experts exclaimed. An ordinary-looking young man beside the fourth prince had a solemn look in his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. He was Jian Shisan, a terrifying swordsman. When he felt the sword chi from Tan Yifei, his expression was solemn, as expected of someone from the Dayan's sacred land. He was indeed powerful. First Blade also had a solemn look on his face. However, he did not know who was more powerful between the two of them. To be honest, he was not confident about the outcome of the battle. Given the current situation, they could only wait quietly. On the first prince's side, the golden-looking young man opened his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Interesting, he said calmly. At that moment, Tan Yifei also made his move. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. A sharp sword chi was released from his palm. The sword chi was dark and heavy like a mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. In an instant, it descended from the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. That was the overmount sword technique, an advanced Earth-class martial art. It was a terrifying sword technique. When it was unleashed, each ray of sword chi was like an ancient mountain range, abnormally thick and heavy. Not to mention an ordinary king, even an almighty would be suppressed in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. No one expected Tan Yifei to use such a terrifying sword technique as soon as he appeared. Boom. However, a terrifying flame energy surged out of Lin Xian's body. In an instant, the terrifying flame light shot into the sky. Then Lin Xian threw out a punch. In an instant, it shattered the incomparably pitch-black, mountain-like sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so violent and domineering. He shattered such a terrifying sword technique with one punch. Even an ordinary almighty would not be able to do that. Humph! Seeing this, Tan Yifei coldly harumphed and attacked again. With a clanging sound, the huge black sword on his back was pulled out. Holding it in his hand, it turned into a black city. Carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, it quickly pressed down. Clang! The void exploded in an instant. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying black sword chi. That sharp aura was hard to believe. What a terrifying sword. This should also be a top-grade artifact. The geniuses in the distance were startled seeing this. This was because they could clearly sense how terrifying the sword was. Apart from the sword technique, the black greatsword should also be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to emit such an aura. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to have lost its luster, leaving only the black sword. It slashed down quickly, like a black thunder that wanted to destroy everything. However, what was even more shocking was Lin Xian's performance. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword chi, he actually didn't have any intention of dodging. There was no trace of nervousness on his handsome face. Vulcan's roar. In the next moment, he directly attacked. A terrifying hell flame gushed out from his body and quickly bloomed, forming a black giant. Then, the giant threw out a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The violent black giant threw out a terrifying punch, bringing with it a sky full of black flames and terrifying power. In an instant, the void exploded as it violently slammed into the black greatsword. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The entire void was smashed into nothingness, and cracks filled the sky. In the distance, the crowd gasped. This was because they had only just started fighting, and both sides had already displayed such powerful super skills. It was truly shocking. Beside the 14th prince, the drunk young man squinted his eyes, which were shining with golden light. What a terrifying flame power! What kind of flame was that? He was extremely surprised. Because he was also a fire-type king, he had powerful flames in his hands. However, at this moment, the black flames on Lin Xian's body also posed a great threat to him, so he had to be serious. In the sky, the black greatsword was blocked, and it could not descend at all. Tan Yifei also frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his killer move. It was truly a surprise. Lin Xian said indifferently, "You want to fight for the first sword with just this little bit of strength? You're too naive. You're courting death." Hearing this, Tan Yifei was enraged. In the next moment, he roared again, and the sharp sword chi on his body exploded again. Edgeless greatsword. It was another killer move, and countless black cracks appeared in the sky. The entire space trembled rapidly. Obviously, Tan Yifei had used another terrifying sword Dao killer move. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly and put his palms together. Suddenly, the black giant on his body also changed rapidly. Then, a pitch-black, 100-foot-long black flame, greatsword appeared in the sky, held by the giant. Then it slashed forward. Whoosh! Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Then it collided with the black, dragon-like greatsword. The sky collapsed again, and everything within a 10,000-mile radius was enveloped by an invisible sword wave. In the sky, countless thunderous sounds were heard. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Then, two figures could be seen standing in front of them. Both of their faces were solemn. In the distance, the crowd also exclaimed, "Those two were so strong." They were the top prodigies of the younger generation. Yes, those two were probably just testing the waters and had not used their full strength yet. After all, Tan Yifei had not used the Dian sword technique yet. Until now, Lin Xian had not drawn his sword and was only using sword chi to fight. Those two were so strong that no one could fight against them except for a few prodigies. Exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, the crowd was shocked by the strength of those two. In fact, even the elders of the imperial family in the sky nodded their heads slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian and Tan Yifei in front of them started fighting again. Both of them were extremely fast, like lightning, and kept colliding in the sky. Every time, there would be a patch of sword light that turned into sharp sword chi and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and the terrifying aura made people shudder. However, the crowd was still shocked. That was because Tan Yifei had not used the Dian sword formation, and Lin Xian had not drawn his sword. Chapter 2058. Boom, boom, Lin Xian did not stop attacking. Although he did not draw his sword, the sword chi that he released was sharp. The sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. The power contained in the sword chi made people want to kneel down and worship it. However, one had to admit that Tan Yifei was extremely powerful. As a sky pride of the Dayan's sacred ground, his unique skills were terrifying. Moreover, the giant black sword in his hand was a precious treasure. This made him, who was originally fierce, even more violent. Buzz. At this moment, Tan Yifei slashed out again. A terrifying sword light appeared and slashed down. This sword contained a terrifying murderous aura that locked onto Lin Xian and wanted to kill him. The murderous aura was so powerful that it could even hurt one's soul. Buzz. Lin Xian blocked the attack with a backhand. Countless sword chi intertwined on his palm and formed a green dragon divine shield that blocked the terrifying sword light. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he formed a seal with his right hand, and a terrifying lightning power surged out from his palm and quickly took shape. It turned into a thunder eagle and flew out instantly. Boom! This thunder eagle was extremely terrifying. It was completely formed by the lightning power, and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. When it reappeared, it was still in front of Tan Yifei. What? It was so fast. Tan Yifei's face changed drastically and his pupils shrank. He did not expect this move at all. Previously, he had seen Lin Xian's ice power and knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Therefore, he was on guard against these two powers. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to use three powers. The power of lightning. This surprised him, and he could not guard against it. Therefore, in an instant, the Thunder Eagle appeared in front of him and was about to attack him. Buzz. At this critical moment, Tan Yifei used the giant black sword in his hand to block in front of him. Countless sword runes flickered on the giant sword and turned into rays of sword light that formed a terrifying sword screen that protected him. Boom! At the next moment, the wild thunderbolt eagle crashed into the sword screen that filled the sky, causing a huge explosion. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, completely drowning the sky. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously, deafening everyone's ears. The expressions of the surrounding elites and sky prides also changed. They also did not expect Lin Xian to possess the power of lightning. It was truly surprising. This kid was too terrifying. First, he displayed the power of ice and fire. Now, he displayed the power of lightning. Moreover, the power of these three attributes were all so powerful. Where did he come from? A series of discussions took place. Even geniuses like Fist Tyrant and First Saber could no longer stay calm. The reason for that was because the power contained within the three attributes was simply too frightening. It caused them to be extremely fearful. The eighth prince's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart that these should be the three powers of the Cerberus. Who would have thought that he would be able to grasp them all? This kid was truly a peerless genius. He was able to grasp the power of the Cerberus in such a short time. The eighth prince had been to Valurium Palace before, so he knew about the existence of the Cerberus Mountain. He also knew that Lin Xian was cultivating in the Cerberus Mountain. Therefore, when he saw the three attributes, he naturally thought of the Cerberus. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder continued, but the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, the sky full of thunder and lightning disappeared, allowing the crowd to see the situation inside. Then, they were all stunned, because they saw a figure standing in front of them. In front of him was a terrifying light screen that flickered with cold light. It formed a strong defense. However, there was a small gap in the light screen. It was only the size of a palm, but it was enough. It was enough for the wild thunderbolt eagle to enter. Sure enough, on Tan Ifei's face, there was a small sword mark, a wound. Blood flowed down his face, dyeing half of it red. At this moment, under that ferocious face, it was extremely terrifying. Blood. Tan Ifei's body trembled slightly. He dipped his hand in a drop of blood and held it in front of his eyes. Then he roared at the sky. "Damned brat! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you." He was too angry. He didn't expect that he would be the first to be injured. Moreover, it was his face that was hit. This wasn't a slap to his face. Therefore, he was truly angry. In the next moment, he roared, "Great development, sword technique." Along with this voice, streaks of sharp sword light gushed out from the huge black sword. They turned into swords of light in the sky and quickly spread out. Then they formed a monstrous formation that sealed off the entire space. Great development, sword technique. In the sky, countless swords of light emitted a terrifying light. They formed an extremely complex sword formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The aura that emanated from it shocked everyone. At this moment, the eyes of First Blade, Fist, Tyrant, Sword Shursan, and other geniuses bloomed. This was because the Dian sword formation was truly too powerful. Within the formation, Lin Xian also frowned. He felt the swords of light coming from all directions, and his expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless icy auras appeared on his body. Ice protection. An illusion of the goddess of ice appeared, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him and blocked the swords of light that filled the sky. However, at this moment, Tan Ifei sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. "It's useless. No matter how powerful your defense is, you can't block my great development sword formation. Just you wait, you'll be killed very soon." His voice was unusually cold and emotionless. "Killed? You're really naive. Do you think you're the only one who has a sword formation?" Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot, and red sword patterns immediately appeared under his feet. They formed a sword diagram that quickly spread out. With him as the center, it instantly enveloped the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword formation. When the sword formation was formed, it released an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The entire ground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood hell, emitting a dense murderous aura. What kind of sword formation is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was extremely shocked. They were all stunned by the blood-colored aura. In the sky, Tan Ifei's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party to have mastered a sword formation. Moreover, it seemed to be quite powerful. That murderous aura made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, he soon sneered because he was very confident in the Great Development Sword Formation. The Great Development Sword Formation was the ultimate technique of the Great Development Sacred Ground. No matter what kind of formation the other party had, it could not be compared to his. He was very confident about that. Therefore, in the next moment, he continued to activate the Great Development Sword Formation. Streaks of sword chi flew in the air, forming a sword of light that quickly combined. Chapter 2059. Buzz. Lin Xian also controlled the demon-slaying sword formation to counterattack. The blood-colored sword chi quickly intertwined and formed a blood-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored phoenix soared into the sky and knocked away all the light swords around it. Then it let out a long cry and turned into a red torrent that charged forward. In the next moment, it collided with the light dragon formed by the light swords. An intense battle broke out in the sky. The two divine beasts that were formed by the light swords seemed to be real and were exceptionally terrifying. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian waved his hand, and immediately more blood-colored sword, qi, surged out from the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet and turned into a phoenix that charged forward. 1, 2, 3, 9. The 9 blood-colored phoenixes were completely formed by the sword qi and covered the sky. When they spread their wings, they covered the entire sky. They emitted a monstrous blood, aura, and sharp sword qi as they charged toward the light dragon. Although the light dragon was formed by the Dian sword formation, it could not withstand the attacks of the 9 blood-colored phoenixes at all. In an instant, it turned into countless pieces and scattered in the sky. Dian sword formation. Sword shatters the sky. Seeing this scene, Tan Yifei roared furiously. He waved the giant sword in his hand and quickly activated the Dian sword formation to make another killing move. In the sky, countless sword qi flashed. They were densely packed and extremely mysterious. They intertwined with each other and emitted a mysterious power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the terrifying sword qi pierced through the 9 blood-colored phoenixes and turned into a ray of light. Then it charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Seeing this, the surrounding princes and sky prides were all shocked. This was because they had seen how terrifying the 9-headed blood-colored phoenixes were. However, at this moment, Tan Yifei was able to make an even more powerful killing move. This really shocked them. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. They wanted to know if he would be able to block the attack. Lin Xian's expression changed, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his palm print and the ice protection appeared again. Not only that, but he was also wearing a black cloak battle armor. Between the ice shield and the black battle armor was the Azure Dragon Divine, shield formed by the Dragon Sword Domain. Boom, boom. When he was done, the sharp sword light slashed down. Soon, it collided with the Ice Guardian and caused a huge explosion. Sword light and ice exploded all over the sky, drowning out this part of the sky. This strike was earth-shattering. Even a peerless genius like the First Blade, Fist Tyrant, was frowning. That brat Lin Xian would most likely be seriously injured if he was hit head-on. That's right. With such a powerful attack, he could only rely on his speed to dodge it. It was simply impossible to resist it head-on. Sounds of discussion could be heard, and the third prince revealed a satisfied smile. The reason for that was because he didn't believe that anyone would be able to withstand his attack. On the other side, the 8th prince frowned. Although he had confidence in Lin Xian, he was still extremely worried at the moment. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. In front of him, Tan Yifei held the giant black sword in his hand and curled his lips into a cold smile. He knew that his attack had definitely hit his opponent. At the very least, he would be seriously injured. In fact, he might even kill his opponent. Thinking of that, he became even more smug. However, when the energy that filled the sky disappeared, he was stunned. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. That was because the sword light that filled the sky in front of him had disappeared, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared. A huge crack appeared on the ice goddess statue on his body. It had been slashed open by the sword. However, under the ice goddess statue, there was a coiled azure dragon that formed a divine shield. It was this azure dragon shield that had blocked the sharp sword light, preventing Lin Xian from being injured at all. At that moment, Lin Xian raised his head slightly, his expression incomparably calm. However, there was an extremely cold light in his eyes. What? How could he have blocked it? He wasn't injured. Seeing this scene, the princes and prodigies in the distance were all stunned. They could not believe it at all. That was an extremely terrifying killing move of the Dian sword formation. Even they did not dare to take it head-on. They could only dodge. However, someone had actually blocked it head-on. It was really surprising. How did he do it? First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others had grave expressions. The third prince's expression became extremely unpleasant. On the other side, the eighth prince was indeed smiling. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Impossible. How could that be? In the sky, Tan Ife shook his head frantically in disbelief. He was very confident in that attack. Even if it could not kill his opponent, it could at least injure him. However, what was going on now? His opponent had completely blocked his killing move and was not even injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, I don't believe it. Tan Ife roared at the sky and activated the terrifying sword formation around him again, wanting to kill his opponent. However, the demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet flickered with an extremely terrifying light. Tens of thousands of blood-colored sword chi filled the sky and blocked the Dian sword formation. At that moment, Lin Xian also spoke. The Dian sword formation is indeed powerful, but it can't hurt me. Therefore, you are destined to lose this battle. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tan Ifei's body trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He was Tan Ife. He was an outstanding genius of the Dian Holy Land, a terrifying genius. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. This time, he came to compete for the title of the #1 swordsman. However, he had lost. He could not accept losing to a young swordsman that he had never heard of. I'm going to kill you, Tan Ife roared crazily, and a king's domain quickly appeared beside him. It cooperated with the Dian sword formation to form an even more terrifying killing move. However, at that moment, First Blade and the others frowned. Tan Ifei's condition was not right. Was he going crazy? On the other side, Jian Shursen also shook his head slightly. It's over. Tan Ife must have suffered a serious blow. The most important thing for a swordsman was confidence, because that was the source of confidence in himself. However, at that moment, Tan Ifei's confidence was shaken. This was fatal for a swordsman. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. At that moment, he pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted once again. At that moment, he was like a sword god, incomparably terrifying. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and then he waved a sharp sword light. Icebreak. The sword chi that filled the sky emitted a biting cold aura, and then the sword cut through heaven and earth. Bang! This sword directly sent Tan Ife flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tan Ife would be defeated by Lin Xian. Chapter 2060. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tan Ife was actually defeated in front of Lin Xian too. What level had Lin Xian reached? How could he be so terrifying? Puff. Tan Ife spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He struggled to get up, but the sword attack had injured him too severely. He could no longer continue the battle. In the sky, the royal family elder said in a deep voice when he saw this scene, Lin Xian had won this battle. Then Lin Xian kept his demonic sword. The 8th prince had won another Trump Jade token. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid of Lin Xian. Peerless experts like First Blade and Fist Tyrant had a serious expression. They wanted to fight with Lin Xian for 300 rounds. Even the Golden Lion King from the War Tribe, who was beside the first prince, opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, Tan Ife was sent off the stage. His face was filled with unwillingness and despair. This battle had dealt a huge blow to him. He had always been conceited and did not put anyone in his eyes. Especially when it came to swordsmanship, he thought that he was the top of the younger generation. But now he had been defeated and sent flying by a sword attack. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. The third prince's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Damn it, I must not let this kid live. I must at least injure him severely. Otherwise he would be too much of a threat. Don't worry. Although he is strong, he is still not my match." First Blade said in a deep voice. There was a cold light in his eyes. Fist Tyrant also snorted. "I have 80% confidence in defeating him." Both of them were top-notch sky prides. They were powerful and were at the peak of their respective fields. Therefore, the third prince calmed down with these two people's words. On the other side, the first prince asked, "Are you confident in defeating Lin Xian?" Golden Lion King sneered. "He is not my match at all." Hearing this, the first prince smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. With the Golden Lion King as his trump card, it could be said that this time he didn't fear anyone. At this moment, First Blade also stood up. It was my turn. The first strike was unleashed. He was extremely domineering, as if he was the saber god standing in the void. Biting, cold, killing, intent surged in all directions. His opponent was a martial art practitioner under the second prince. When that person saw that his opponent was the first slash, his expression stiffened. Clearly, although he was strong, he was still no match for the first slash. At this moment, First Blade glanced at the young man and said calmly, "If you don't want to die, don't attack." "Humph! Although you're powerful, it won't be easy for you to defeat me." The young man gritted his teeth. Although he wasn't as strong as the other party, how could he lose without a fight? Therefore, in the next moment, the young man roared angrily and an enormous aura surged from his body. At the same time, a king's domain appeared. Facing the first strike, he didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately unleashed his king's domain. Coupled with his killing move, he quickly charged over like a berserk god of war. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that his opponent was charging over, First Blade sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and disappeared on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Then, a sonorous sound was heard in the void, and a blue saber light flashed, cutting through the void and splitting apart the terrifying king's domain. Buzz! The biting cold saber landed directly between the young man's eyebrows. If it had gone a little further, it would have split the young man's body in half. The young man froze in midair, and his expression became extremely ugly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was frightened by the saber light. Although the saber light didn't hit him, the terrifying, murderous intent that it emitted made him extremely shocked. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they were all extremely shocked. They didn't expect First Blade to be so terrifying that he defeated his opponent in one move. Wasn't this a little too powerful? As expected of the #1 swordsman, he was indeed terrifying. That slash was too fast. I couldn't even see the trajectory of the slash clearly. Many prodigies exclaimed. That was because they realized that even when facing First Blade, they didn't have full confidence. They might not even be able to dodge it and could only take it head-on. "You win." That young man said those words with difficulty. Then he lost all his strength. He was also a prodigy, but when facing First Blade, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, the second prince's face became incomparably ugly. However, there was nothing he could do. His status couldn't be compared to the third prince, so he could only sulk at this moment. After the First Blade, the Golden Lion King, next to the first prince, also stood up. He took a step forward and arrived at the battle stage below. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a golden god of war. He didn't deliberately emit his aura, but that sharp aura was indeed suppressing the crowd to the point that they couldn't breathe. His opponent was a cultivator under the seventh prince. When that cultivator saw that he had to face the Golden Lion King, his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead rat. However, admitting defeat without a fight made him lose face. Therefore, he could only brace himself and fight. One punch. With a simple punch, the Golden Lion King exploded heaven and earth, sending that cultivator flying. Everyone was amazed by the Golden Lion King's strength, because in such a battle, it was impossible to see how strong the opponent was. It seemed that they could only get a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's strength when fighting against some exceptional prodigy. Next, Jian Shisan Quan Ba, Duan Qingqing, and the others also made their moves. Both of them settled their battles with ease. Until now, the eighth prince's side was still slightly in the lead. Behind him were the first prince and the third prince. Behind them were the fourth prince, the 15th prince, and the 9th prince. At this moment, a tall young man beside the first prince stood up. This young man was even more majestic than the Golden Lion King. His body was filled with power. His upper body was bare, and every muscle was like a dragon. This was the terrifying Herculean King. Legend had it that he had boundless strength, and no one dared to fight him in close combat. His previous performance was also like that. When facing the enemy's attacks, he didn't dodge at all. Those attacks hit his body and made clanging sounds. They didn't cause any damage at all. His body was like a top-grade armor, abnormally sturdy, and his opponent couldn't even take a single punch from him. That was because the strength was too violent. Seeing the Herculean King appear, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that no matter who the opponent was, there was probably no hope. However, when the Herculean King's opponent really stood up, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 2061. They knew that no matter who his opponent was, there was probably no hope for him. However, when the Herculean King's opponent stepped out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was extremely shocked. That was because the Herculean King's opponent was not simple. He was also a peerless genius under the eighth prince, the Silver Dragon Spear monarch Lu Fei. His strength was not weaker than the Herculean King's. The silver spear in his hand was like a silver dragon, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They did not expect that this battle would turn out to be between two peerless geniuses. This should be the most intense battle so far apart from Lin Xian and Tan Yifei. At the thought of this, everyone became excited and watched nervously. The third prince also smiled. No matter who won this battle, they would be able to exhaust the top forces of the first prince and the eighth prince. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Lu Fei, you'd better back down. You're no match for me. Your silver dragon spear can't break through my defense at all, the Herculean King said coldly. His voice was also filled with power, causing the void to tremble rapidly. How would you know if you don't try? My silver dragon spear is not something you can imagine. Lu Fei snorted. As a peerless genius, he was naturally not afraid of the Herculean King. So, what if his opponent's defense was strong? He was confident in his attack power. In that case, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to have an unparalleled defense. The Herculean King grinned. However, although he was grinning, his body emitted a terrifying aura, as if a peerless demon king was rapidly awakening. Feeling this aura, the surrounding martial artists felt a chill run down their spines, and a chill ran down their spines. Humph! Lu Fei was even more direct. He took a step forward and charged over quickly. Then he clenched his fist, and a silver spear quickly appeared. Then he stabbed out with the spear. Boom! The entire area of silver light trembled and gathered in the sky. Then it pressed down on the ground. The entire space was completely dyed silver white. That terrifying aura was like a dragon moving out. It was extremely terrifying and made everyone's scalp tingle. In front of him, facing the terrifying spear, the Herculean king also made his move. He did not have any weapons. His pair of fists were his most terrifying weapons. When he moved, his terrifying fists shook the void and carried a sky full of green light as they blasted forward. Savage technique. This was an extremely terrifying mystical ability. Rumor had it that it originated from the ancient times. Now that it was being used by the Herculean king, it carried with it a ferocious aura. His fists seemed to have transformed into two peerless demon kings. They were abnormally terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the void and violently smashed onto the silver spear light. Boom! The collision between the two kings and the Herculean king. The entire sky was distorted, and a huge hole was blasted open in the void. Boundless cracks spread out in all directions. Many martial artists took a deep breath, and their bodies trembled. Even a peerless genius like Fist Tyrant had a solemn look on his face. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That was because he discovered that the two of them were truly very powerful. Neither of them were weaker than Tan Yifei. Boom, boom. In the sky, as the two of them collided, huge cracks continuously appeared and spread in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Fei frowned. That was because he discovered that his opponent was actually able to contend against him with only a pair of fists. This really surprised him. One should know that he was a peerless genius. The silver spear in his hand was even more terrifying. This strike could even penetrate a mighty figure. However, his opponent's fist was blocked, and he did not receive any damage. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, held the silver spear with both hands, and attacked again. Ha ha! On the other side, the Herculean king let out a hearty laugh as well as he stretched out his arm. That horrifying palm was like a mountain as it slapped out viciously, causing the void to tremble. Boom, boom. This was an extremely terrifying battle. When the two of them attacked, their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. The surrounding people exclaimed in admiration. The power displayed by these two people was simply too powerful. One had sharp attacks, while the other had unparalleled defense. It could be said that they had reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. Boom! The Herculean king, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. His defense was unparalleled, and his physique was tough. He was not afraid of these attacks at all. Therefore, at this moment, he was like a god of war as he charged over. His entire body exuded a terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Fei was extremely solemn. The silver spear in his hand continued to fly out like a silver river, stirring up the void. That sharp aura was enough to make people shudder with fear. Boom! There was another earth-shattering collision. Then Lu Fei's body trembled as he kept retreating. Cracks also appeared on his hand that was holding the silver spear. What? Lu Fei was pushed back and injured. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. It seemed that the Herculean king was indeed stronger. I've said it before, you're no match for me, the Herculean king said loudly. On the other hand, Lu Fei snorted coldly as he channeled his power to heal the wounds on his hand. Then he gripped the silver spear tightly again, and his entire person became extremely fierce. These injuries won't let you defeat me. Next, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you'll definitely be injured. At this point, Lu Fei took a step forward, and his body suddenly erupted. A silver light, like a silver divine spear, pierced through the clouds. That aura was so powerful that no one could look directly at it. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked. They knew that Lu Fei was probably going to go all out. Sure enough, a king's domain quickly appeared behind him. emitting an unparalleled light. It was as if a silver dragon was circling around him. Not only that, but his aura also suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the peak of a 6-star king. It seemed that he was only one step away from breaking through the 6-star king realm and stepping into the almighty realm. Feeling this aura, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. God, he's actually reached the peak of a 6-star king realm. It seems that he's not far from the almighty realm. Yes, this Lu Fei is really terrifying. I didn't expect him to reach such a level. After breaking through to the almighty realm, no one in the younger generation would be a match for him. Discussions sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was extremely shocked. The young geniuses looked extremely solemn, because at this point, they were all 6-star kings, and their combat power was at the almighty realm. However, at this time, if someone broke through first and became a true almighty, he would soar into the sky and suppress the other geniuses. Chapter 2062. At this moment, Lu Fei could be said to be quite powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and the silver spear in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, he stared at the Herculean king and said coldly, "Next, I will be using my full strength. Whether you can withstand it or not will depend on your luck." On the other side, the Herculean king also frowned because his opponent's aura was already enough to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then his body expanded again. Blue patterns appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. Not only that, but these patterns also condensed to form a pattern of a wolf's head on his shoulder. It was abnormally terrifying. His aura also skyrocketed. That was the celestial wolf constitution. Seeing this scene, the imperial family elders in the sky suddenly narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. The young prodigies and princes below were also shocked. The celestial wolf constitution. He actually has the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. Everyone was too shocked because previously they thought that the Herculean king was powerful because of the savage technique that had been passed down since ancient times. But now it seemed that it was not only that. Not only did he master an ancient cultivation technique, but he also had a strange bloodline constitution. What was the celestial wolf constitution? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Duan Qingqing was surprised, but soon explained softly. The celestial wolf constitution was a special bloodline constitution that was very powerful. Its power was above the back of Earth constitution. It was above the thick Earth constitution. Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He had seen the thick Earth constitution before, and it had shocked everyone at the Sword Conference on Mount Hua. That was because it was said to have an extremely strong defense. He did not expect the celestial wolf constitution to be stronger than the back of Earth constitution. It was really shocking. No wonder the Herculean king was so terrifying and had such a powerful bloodline. At the front, Lu Fei also frowned. He did not expect the Herculean king to have the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. The Herculean king laughed. "Kid, I have to say, you should be proud that you made me use the celestial wolf constitution. But now the battle is over. Humph, whether it ends or not, I have the final say." When Lu Fei heard this, he snorted coldly. Then he clenched the silver spear in his hand and attacked quickly. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, the world shook violently. The king's domain behind him instantly expanded and enveloped the entire space. Spiritual energy surged as the long spear turned into a torrent. An endless amount of killing intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the power king alive. The Herculean king also roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. Then he threw out a punch. Above the fist, a blue aura spread out and turned into a ferocious wolf head that appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura rushed out of the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have transformed into a heavenly wolf. The Herculean king's heavenly wolf bloodline was so powerful. In the sky, the first elder of the royal family was shocked. He frowned as he looked at the heavenly wolf's cry. He knew that the silhouette of the heavenly wolf was stimulated from the bloodline of the Herculean king. It was the power of the bloodline, incomparably terrifying. He was afraid that Lu Fei would not be able to win this battle. That was indeed the case. As soon as the silhouette of the heavenly wolf appeared, it tore through the void and slammed onto the silver spear. Instantly, the spear was sent flying. Not only that, the heavenly wolf's claw slammed onto Lu Fei's body and sent him flying. Lu Fei spat out blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. This time, he was severely injured. "Humph, I told you, you're no match for me." The Power King retracted his fist and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Lu Fei gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He grabbed the silver spear beside him and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, the eighth prince stood up and said loudly, "Lu Fei, that's enough. Come back." The eighth prince had no choice but to attack. If Lu Fei continued to fight, he would most likely be severely injured. If he could not recover by then, his losses would be even greater. After all, there would be a competition for the second round. At that time, he would snatch it back. Anyway, a jade token was not a fatal difference. Hearing the eighth prince's words, Lu Fei nodded heavily, then turned around and left the battlefield. This was a clash between the first prince and the eighth prince, and the first prince won. The first prince was naturally satisfied. Originally, he had two generals under him. One was the Power King, and the other was Bai Zijing. One of them was unparalleled, while the other had terrifying swordsmanship. Now, although Bai Zijing had sealed his sword and did not attack, however, the Power King was extremely powerful. So far, he had not been defeated. Moreover, he had invited the geniuses of the battle group. This time, he would definitely be able to suppress the eighth prince and the third prince. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side looked solemn. That was because the Power King was too terrifying. However, when Lu Fei returned, the eighth prince asked Lu Fei to quickly sit down and recover. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to give him many natural treasures. They were all precious herbs from the palace, and the recovery effect was amazing. Lu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some elixirs to recover. At the side, Lin Xian did not speak, but his eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, he was recalling the previous battle in his mind. He had to admit that the Power King's defensive power had surprised him, especially the Sirius Constitution and the Barbarian King technique, both of which were very powerful. He was comparing whether his great dragon sword soul could break through the opponent's defense. If he did not use physical attacks but another path, soul attacks, what would the effect be? One should know that his heavenly secret divine eyes was very terrifying. Although he could not use it at full strength, it was easy for him to use soul illusions and soul attacks together with his soul power. Therefore, although the Power King was powerful, Lin Xian instantly came up with two ways to deal with him. Next, the battle continued. Every battle was thrilling. However, at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again, because they realized that it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King from the war tribe stood up again. He was like the sun war god, walking in the void. Every step he took brought about great power and light that filled the sky. His opponent was not simple either. It was the third prince's side, Fist Tyrant, who was famous for his fist techniques. Fist Tyrant was a handsome man with short hair and a red string tied around his head. He wore short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. On his palms, he was wearing 2 red boxing gloves that were covered with veined patterns. These were 2 top-grade artifacts. Together with his violent fist techniques, they could destroy everything. Chapter 2063. Humph! When the first prince saw this, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew that he had won again this time, because he was very confident in the Golden Lion King. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Previously, he was still gloating because the 8th prince had lost a great general. However, he did not expect that it would be his turn in the blink of an eye. To be honest, although Quan Ba was very powerful, the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Up until now, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he had, because he only used 1 punch in every battle. A simple punch was enough to defeat the enemy. As for his true strength, no one knew. The 8th prince's side also showed interest. This Golden Lion King was not simple. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, it was estimated that Quan Ba would be able to force him to use 80% of his strength. The other princes and Sky Prides were also discussing. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps they could use this battle to see the Golden Lion King's true strength. Humph! Quan Ba also snorted coldly and came to the battlefield. He did not say anything and directly started the battle. Boom! With a punch, a red light soared into the sky, and mysterious runes appeared around it. This punch carried an indescribable might. It was like the fist of a deity as it blasted out at high speed. It was as if everything in the world had to submit to this punch. This was the tyrant fist, the surrounding Sky Prides exclaimed. They did not expect Quan Ba to be so decisive and use his ultimate move in an instant. The tyrant fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It was rumored that once it was used, it would sweep across all directions. Boom! On the other side, the Golden Lion King also made his move. He was expressionless and wore a golden armor. He was like a golden god of war, as he also struck out with his palm. In an instant, a golden light flickered, and a violent shockwave appeared in the sky. It was like a golden sun streaking across the sky. It flew across the sky and collided, causing the entire sky to be torn apart. In the next moment, the 2 fists collided and an intense collision occurred. The light that filled the sky was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. After the collision, the 2 retracted their fists, and at this time, Fist Tyrant coldly snorted. What battle race? What Golden Lion King? In my opinion, they are nothing more than this. Today, I will suppress you. Is that so? On the other side, the Golden Lion King sneered. His fist changed again. At this moment, the golden battle armor on his body shone brightly as streams of golden chi rushed out from his body. They circled around him. Not only that, but mysterious runes also appeared in the surroundings, floating in the sky. Even in the void, an ancient voice rang out. It was extremely mysterious, like the sigh of a Buddha god. What kind of divine ability was this? It was actually so terrifying. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the first saber, the Herculean King, was frowning. That was because at this moment, the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It caused them to feel fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also frowned. He couldn't help but admit that this Golden Lion King was really strong. Furthermore, the golden aura that surrounded him was even more hair-raising. However, In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and offset this terrifying aura. However, the others weren't so lucky. Those who were stronger frowned, while those who were weaker directly circulated their spiritual energy to support the defense of their battle armor to resist. Was this the strength of the battle race? It was too terrifying. Damn it. Why do I feel like I am facing a peerless powerhouse? Exclamations could be heard one after another, and Fist Tyrant also frowned. Similarly, he felt a terrifying threat. In the next moment, he roared, and a red wave of air burst out from his body. The king domain floated up and surrounded his body. At the same time, the red gloves on his hands also emitted streaks of fiery light, as if they were divine flames. Not only that, Fist Tyrant's eyes were emitting a scorching light. To be honest, although the other party's aura was terrifying, he was too excited at this moment. That was because he had never met such a powerful opponent. He was also a genius. Now that he met such a person, he was naturally excited and wanted to go all out. Boom. In the next moment, he quickly waved his fist, and the fist shadows that filled the sky turned into streaks of light, flickering as they shot out. Tyrant Fist, Tyrant Massacre. That terrifying fist emitted an imposing aura that could sweep through all directions, as well as a shocking murderous aura. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King still sent out a palm strike. Strange runes flickered on the golden palm, and the golden chi around him also surged. It was like the hand of a Buddha, bringing with it a terrifying power. Lie calm. A cold voice came from the Golden Lion King's mouth. Sure enough, the entire space was split into two by his palm, and an incomparably terrifying crack appeared. It spread forward. Crack, crack, crack. The fist shadows that filled the sky, the terrifying aura, and the domineering aura were instantly torn apart by the crack. What? It was resolved so easily. Fist Tyrant's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wasn't the other party a little too strong? The surrounding people also exclaimed. This Golden Lion King was too heaven-defying. It could even resolve Tyrant's killing move so easily? The first prince sneered. Humph! The power of the war tribe is not something you can imagine. On the other side, the third prince frowned. It looked like Fist Tyrant couldn't win. However, he didn't know how much strength he could make the Golden Lion King use. He estimated that it should be around 80%. If that was the case, only the first saber in his hand could contend against the other party. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. In front, the Golden Lion King looked at his opponent and said coldly, You're underestimating me. Fist Tyrant only snorted. How could he admit defeat so easily? In the next moment, his fist trembled, and flames filled the sky, forming two terrifying tornadoes that swept in all directions. Tyrant Fist, heaven-blazing mad dance. The two fist shadows turned into two flaming tornadoes that swept out. Everywhere they passed, countless black holes appeared in the space. Overestimating yourself, the Golden Lion King sneered. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light that pierced through the void like a golden sword. The golden chi around him started to churn. Then, it condensed into the image of a golden lion behind him. Boom. Golden kill. Another fist was sent out, and the roar of a lion resounded in the sky, shaking the void. Then, that terrifying fist turned into a golden lion and pounced over. Chapter 2064. This scene was simply too terrifying. The entire sky dimmed, as if it had been devoured. Everyone felt the threat of impending death. Some of the weaker ones felt their scalps go numb, and they even had the urge to run away. But fortunately, this move was not aimed at them. In the next moment, the sky regained its clarity, and the huge golden lion closed its bloody mouth. However, soon, everyone was stunned. They realized that Fist Tyrant had disappeared. Where was he? Damn it, he couldn't have been eaten by the golden lion, right? Exclamations could be heard, and everyone's faces turned pale. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Fist Tyrant had really been eaten by the golden lion. Damn it. Seeing the scene, the third prince could no longer remain calm. Fist Tyrant was his right-hand man, and he still had to rely on him to obtain the final victory. However, he didn't expect that the Golden Lion King would actually use such a strange ability to swallow the Fist Tyrant. This really surprised him. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the huge golden lion sat cross-legged like a Buddha. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from its body, and then its body began to change shape. It was as if someone was fiercely attacking it. Along with this attack, the void also trembled. Everyone exclaimed, "Fist Tyrant! Fist Tyrant was fighting back! Fist Tyrant was fighting back!" After Fist Tyrant was swallowed by the golden lion, he was in a chaotic void, surrounded by a violent flame aura that attacked him. However, as a peerless genius, his strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, in an instant, he used his king's domain to resist the murderous aura that filled the sky. At the same time, he would use his terrifying fists to attack in all directions, trying to break the golden cage. Boom, boom. One punch, two punches, three punches. The terrifying fists bombarded the void, causing huge turbulence. However, the golden lion was not simple either. It had not been shattered after such a long time. However, it was only an illusion after all, condensed by the Golden Lion King with its own spiritual power. Therefore, it did not last long before the Golden Lion's illusion was shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was broken. It was coming out. In the distance, the prodigies and princes all exclaimed when they saw this scene. As expected, Fist Tyrant would not lose so quickly. As for the Golden Lion King, it also narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the other party's strength had also exceeded his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hands, forming a strange seal. Mark of the Fearless Lion. As soon as the mark appeared, a Sanskrit sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if a god was sighing. Then, the huge golden lion in the sky also changed rapidly. It transformed into a huge golden hand. Then, it pressed down fiercely. Boom. This attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fist Tyrant had just rushed out of the golden lion's body when he was greeted by this terrifying palm. He was not prepared at all, so he was knocked over in an instant. Boom. The heavens and earth quaked as countless cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, this was a unique small space. Otherwise, this palm strike would have destroyed the entire palace outside. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone felt their scalps tingle as they started to worry for Fist Tyrant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This attack was too violent. He was afraid that Fist Tyrant would not be able to block it. His guess was right. As expected, Fist Tyrant did not manage to block it and was severely injured by this attack. All right, you've won this battle. Seeing this scene, the third prince also stood up abruptly. He hurriedly asked his subordinates to carry Fist Tyrant back. Fist Tyrant was his capable general. He would not allow anything to happen to him. Then, he also asked his subordinates to take out many natural treasures to treat Fist Tyrant's injuries. On the other side, the first prince chuckled as he welcomed the Golden Lion King back. When the other princes saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They had already decided that no matter who it was in the future, they had to admit defeat directly when they met the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, the price would be too great. The eighth prince frowned even more. He asked the few king-level sky prides beside him in a low voice, "How confident are you against him?" Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Then they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. If it was before, they still had some confidence. But now, after seeing the Golden Lion King in action, they realized that it was really hard to resist. They were all sky prides, similar to Fist Tyrant. But now that Fist Tyrant had suffered a crushing defeat, they might not be able to defeat the Golden Lion King. Therefore, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince sighed. He knew that there was probably no one under him who could fight against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he decided that if his men encountered the Golden Lion King, they would also give up. In fact, they would even surround and attack the Golden Lion King in the second round. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I think that if I encounter him, it should be a 50-50 chance." What? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Even the eighth prince was stunned. The surrounding people all had strange expressions on their faces. What did he say? 50-50 chance against the Golden Lion King? What a joke. Everyone didn't believe it. Although Lin Xian was very strong, the Golden Lion King was even more terrifying. They even suspected that the Golden Lion King had the battle strength of an almighty. The eighth prince was overjoyed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Lin, are you really confident that you can fight him to a draw?" "More or less. I just don't know how much strength he is hiding." Hearing this, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others also looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King is still hiding his strength? Heavens, hiding his strength? How heaven-defying is he? Moreover, even if you know that he's so heaven-defying, you still dare to say that it's a 50-50 chance. Are you sure you're not joking? Even the eighth prince was shocked. Therefore, he didn't put all his hopes on Lin Xian. He even started to plan how to surround and kill the Golden Lion King in the second stage. On the other side, the third prince gritted his teeth and asked, "First Blade, if you face him, how confident are you?" First Blade took a deep breath. His gaze was incomparably solemn. He said in a deep voice, "If this is his full strength, I have a 30-40% chance of winning. If he's still hiding his strength, then it's hard to say. Then it's only a 10-20% chance. This person is too terrifying." Hearing this, the third prince's face was incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth. War Clan. He knew that the first prince wouldn't be able to invite the War Clan. It must be the first prince's mother, the Empress. She must have spent a lot of effort to invite them. Chapter 2065. Then, the competition continued. However, there was a change in the format. The one in first place was no longer the eighth prince, but the first prince. The eighth prince and the third prince were tied for second place. On the eighth prince's side, Duan Qingqing also went up. She defeated Gao Jichao, the ninth prince's expert, but lost to First Blade. Therefore, the third prince and the eighth prince were temporarily tied for second place. The eighth prince's side was ranked third. Ha ha ha, it's my turn again. On the first prince's side, the Herculean king smiled again. He came to the battlefield like a king of beasts. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone had seen how terrifying the Herculean king was. Even the Silver Dragon Spear King, Lu Fei, could not break his defense with his violent combat power. One could imagine how powerful the Herculean king was. There were not many people present who dared to say that they could defeat the Herculean king. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw the Herculean king, they were afraid that they would be his opponent. Let's see who it is this time. The Herculean king crossed his arms and stood on the battlefield with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stood up. What? It's him. When the crowd saw that it was Lin Xian who had stood up, they were all stunned before they exclaimed in surprise. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. Now, he was basically the #1 swordsman among the younger generation in the Tai dynasty. In addition, he had defeated the genius of the Dian Holy Land. Lin Xian's combat power was terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight the Herculean king. One was outstanding in the construction of techniques. The other was unparalleled in defense. Who would win in this battle? Boy, it's you? The Herculean king was stunned when he saw that his opponent was Lin Xian. But then he grinned. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he was not afraid, because his defense was unparalleled, judging from the battles displayed by these people. Other than the Golden Lion King, who was in the same team as him, no one else could pose a threat to him. Even top geniuses like Lin Xian and First Blade were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Xian. Instead, he was very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well and frowned slightly. His opponent's defense was indeed strong, but he had already thought of 2 ways to deal with him. Therefore, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield below. Brat, show me what you've got. I won't dodge. The Herculean king was very domineering. Is that so? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands and shouted coldly. 5 thunderclaps. Suddenly, in the sky above, the clouds rolled and turned into black thunderclouds, colliding with each other. Suddenly, the 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky and turned into 5-colored dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they struck down. Boom, boom. An extremely violent aura erupted, and countless black holes appeared in the void. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What? It's actually a lightning tribulation. It's not a lightning tribulation, but a divine ability. Damn it, the lightning power that this brat said he had mastered is also terrifying. Damn it, even an almighty might not be able to withstand such a lightning attack. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange looks. They were all guessing what method Lin Xian would use to deal with the Herculean king. However, they did not expect that he would summon a thundercloud and strike down a terrifying energy that was similar to a lightning tribulation. Thunder fell in front of them, and a sea of lightning spread out. The terrifying energy impact made their hearts tremble. When the thundercloud disappeared, the Herculean king's figure also appeared. Damn brat. You're courting death. The Herculean king gritted his teeth. Although the thundercloud did not cause fatal damage to him, however, his body was also charred black by the lightning strikes, especially his hair, which was standing on end, and he looked very miserable. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and their faces were strange. The Herculean king's face was gloomy. Lin Xian laughed coldly. What? You were the one who allowed me to attack. Could it be that you can't withstand such an attack? Hearing this, the Herculean king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He did say that he should let the other party go all out. He would not dodge at all. However, he did not expect the other party to be so cunning. Although the lightning did not hurt him, the negative impact was too great. His miserable appearance at this moment made the surrounding people laugh. Humph! Savage art! The Herculean king was furious. He decided to quickly finish off the detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, at the next moment, he used the ancient divine ability, Savage Art. An unusually violent energy surged in his body. Then he waved his fist. The void trembled. and the fist seemed to have turned into a wild beast that blasted forward. That terrifying aura pressured everyone until they couldn't breathe. "Then I'll play with you," Lin Xian roared, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. He was like a demon king, and no one could look at him directly. A destructive aura surged into his fist. Then he turned into a black dragon shadow and rushed out quickly. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. With a punch, it could destroy the world. Suddenly, countless thunderous sounds echoed in the sky, and the surrounding wind blew, and thunder flashed. The two of them exchanged blows, and they were evenly matched. The terrifying power caused the void to explode completely. What? Is this brat crazy? He dares to compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques? Does he want to die? Idiot. This brat's brain is flooded with water. He gave up his advantage in sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. This time, he used his weakness to fight the Herculean king's strength. Yes, other than unparalleled defense, the Herculean king's fist techniques were even more terrifying. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King and Fist Tyrant could compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. The others could not compete at all. That was right. Currently, only the Golden Lion King, the Herculean king, and Fist Tyrant could display shocking power in fist techniques. Other than them, it was impossible for the others to defeat the three of them with fist techniques. But now Lin Xian, who was known as the #1 swordsman, gave up on sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. That was really surprising. What an idiot. The first prince sneered. The 8th prince frowned. They were worried that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to break through the Herculean king's defense. But now Lin Xian did not use sword techniques at all, and he used his fist to fight with the Herculean king. Wasn't that hitting a rock with an egg? However, after the violent energy in front of them dissipated, everyone was stunned. This was because they discovered that the two of them were actually evenly matched in strength. But how is that possible? Chapter 2066. That was the Herculean king, who was known for his strength. It could be said that his punch could shatter mountains and rivers. However, Lin Xian actually blocked it. What kind of fist technique did he use? Everyone was dumbfounded. The 8th prince was stunned, while the first prince's face was gloomy. The Herculean king frowned. To be honest, when he saw Lin Xian competing with him in fist techniques, he felt disdain. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but Lin Xian was powerful in sword techniques. He was confident in his fist techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, his fist could even shatter Lin Xian's arm. However, when he came into contact with Lin Xian, he realized that he was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Lin Xian's fist carried an extremely violent aura. It was like a raging dragon tearing apart heaven and earth. Even if he was powerful and used the savage art, he could only fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is that? The Herculean king's face was gloomy. He did not know that Lin Xian was using the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Moreover, it was the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction that had reached the greater success stage. When the fist technique was used, the aura of destruction filled the sky. Just like that, Lin Xian blocked the Herculean king's fist technique. Damn it, I don't believe it. Savage art. Birth of the savage dragon. The Herculean king roared. The aura on his body suddenly surged, emitting a savage aura. It was as if the ancient god of war had awakened. His fist technique was wide open and intertwined with each other. It was as if a savage dragon had been born. Humph! Raging dragon for heavens. Lin Xian also used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the violent aura that filled the sky turned into 2 black dragon claws. They intertwined with each other and tore apart heaven and earth. Boom, boom. This collision caused an intense explosion of energy. The Herculean king was not afraid. He had the sky wolf physique and was not afraid of such a storm. As for Lin Xian, he raised his hand and blew out the ice shield. The huge ice goddess protected him firmly. It blew away all the violent energy in the surroundings. He withstood it. He actually withstood it again. Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would use his super high-level sword art to fight the Herculean king to a standstill. As for whether or not they could break through the defense, that would depend on luck. But now, Lin Xian did not use a sword art at all. He directly used a fist art to fight with the Force King until the sky fell and the earth split. Furthermore, Lin Xian's powerful defense made everyone's scalp go numb. Lin Xian used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist to fight with the Herculean King, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Herculean King gritted his teeth. He did not expect his opponent to be able to fight him in close combat. It really shocked him. The next moment he roared. The barbaric power within his body increased once again, directly causing the world to explode, shattering all of Lin Xian's fist techniques. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he felt the other party's powerful fist technique. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly pulled away. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Force King was still stronger. If Lin Xian was suppressing the Force King in this situation, they would go crazy. One should know that the Force King was known as an unparalleled existence in close combat. Seeing that Lin Xian had been forced back, the Force King snorted coldly. "Kid, draw your sword. You are not my match in close combat. If you continue fighting, you will not have any chance of winning. All right, as you wish." Lin Xian nodded. He had already tested that the Force King was indeed strong in close combat. His current world-destroying Black Dragon Fist could not win against the Force King. Therefore, he prepared a sword. In the next moment, he clenched his fist, and a black demonic sword appeared from the void, emitting a cold, murderous aura. Then Lin Xian's aura changed. It changed from violent to sharp sword chi, shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the surrounding void. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to circulate crazily. Buzz. In an instant, the weapons of the Sky Prides in the distance started to tremble rapidly, as if they were about to leave their bodies. How could this be? What a terrifying sword intent! Was this the power of the #1 swordsman? Many people held their weapons tightly to prevent them from flying out. Jian Shursen also frowned because he realized that the sword at his waist had also started to tremble slightly. Buzz. In the next moment, he stretched out a strong hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his sword. Instantly, his long sword quieted down again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Among those who had weapons, the only one who was not affected was First Blade. The treasured saber in his hand was unusually quiet and emitted a cold light. However, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because the moment Lin Xian drew his sword, he had also circulated his inner force to suppress the treasured saber in his hand. Otherwise, his treasured saber would also be affected. This guy was indeed not simple. First Blade's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a powerful enemy who was a great threat to him. Moreover, he had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them. "Let me see just how strong you can be, all right?" First Blade took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Through the battle with the Herculean King, he could clearly analyze how powerful Lin Xian's combat strength was. Even the Herculean King's expression changed when he sensed the strong sword intent emitted from Lin Xian's body. The smile on his face disappeared, and was replaced by a solemn expression. That was because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was really powerful. That aura made his entire body feel cold. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. Blue lines quickly condensed on his body and formed the celestial wolf physique. Were the two of them going all out? Everyone held their breaths when they saw that scene. At that moment, Lin Xian clenched his right hand and extended his left hand. He even extended 3 fingers. I can defeat you in 3 moves. What? Hearing that, everyone went crazy as if they could not believe their ears. What is he saying? He wants to defeat the Herculean King in 3 moves? Is he kidding me? Yes. Although he's the #1 swordsman with unparalleled combat strength, the Herculean King is not simple either. The celestial wolf physique was incomparably powerful. Until now, no one had been able to break through his defense. How can such a person be defeated in 3 moves? He probably won't be defeated in 300 moves. I dare say that this kid must be bragging. Just you wait. He'll be slapped in the face soon. Discussions broke out one after another. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others beside him twitched their mouths slightly. To be honest, they could not understand Lin Xian anymore. The 8th prince could not understand either, so he could only smile bitterly and wait quietly for the result. On the other hand, the 1st prince sneered disdainfully. This kid is really an idiot. He doesn't know how terrifying the Herculean King is. The Herculean King also sneered. I have to say, you're really arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? Chapter 2067. To be honest, he was very unhappy. He was known for his unparalleled defense, but his opponent wanted to break through his defense in 3 moves. Injure him? Was that a joke? Lin Xian revealed a confident smile and said coldly, "You'll know soon enough whether I'm being arrogant or not." In the next moment, the sword intent on his body erupted again. It was as if countless swords of the gods were soaring into the sky. That terrifying sword Dao aura made everyone tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise, as if he was a sword god. At this moment, even the Golden Lion King was frowning. He could feel the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Xian's body. Even he felt a sense of threat. The first sword. As his voice fell, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. He turned into a flash of light and quickly rushed over with the demonic sword in his hand. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, displaying extreme speed, caused Lin Xian's sword light to be extremely fast. So fast. Sure enough, when everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank, and they all exclaimed. Many people even stood up with their hands trembling. That was because they could not see Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Clang! The Herculean King's pupils also shrank, and his face became extremely shocked. In the next moment, he took a defensive stance. Just as he finished this action, he felt a huge force fiercely hit his body. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and countless cracks appeared in the void. A huge force crashed into his body and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! The Herculean King blocked with both hands, but he kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the ground was mercilessly cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian returned to his original position again, and the sharp aura on his body quickly surrounded him. The geniuses and princes in the distance all went crazy. Even the imperial family elders in the sky were shocked. To be honest, the speed that Lin Xian displayed was too shocking. At that moment, their minds went blank. In the next moment, they came back to their senses and hurriedly looked over. They wanted to see if the Herculean King was injured. Soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. This was because they discovered that the Herculean King had been knocked back more than 1,000 meters, leaving countless deep pits in the ground. However, There were no injuries on his body. Was this the Sky Wolf physique? This is too perverted. Such a powerful sword light had split the sky apart, yet it was unable to harm the Force King at all. This Herculean king was simply the nightmare of all attack-type martial artists. That Lin Xian definitely had the qualifications to be the #1 swordsman, but he just had to meet the Herculean king, who had such an abnormal defense. He reckoned that this time he would lose. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. His opponent was not injured and was only pushed back. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It seemed that the defense of this Sky Wolf physique was really strong. However, he wasn't particularly worried because he hadn't used his full strength in that attack. He'd only used 70% of his strength. On the opposite side, the Herculean king put down his arm that was blocking in front of him. Then his expression turned extremely cold. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air like a giant mountain. Afterwards, he arrived near Lin Xian. Bang! When he landed, the ground trembled rapidly. 3 enormous fissures spread out under his feet, forming 3 enormous origin canyons. I've said it before, your attack has no effect on me at all. The way he saw it, the attack from before should have been the other party's full-strength attack. But even so, it did not break his defense. This made the Force King heave a sigh of relief. Is that so? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Following that, he gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged from his body. A swift and fierce sword light surged out from his body, rushing straight to the clouds. Following that, it opened up the clouds that filled the sky. His sword Dao aura strengthened again. This time, Sword 13 cried out in surprise too. He was originally a person who could keep his composure, but now he seriously could not keep his composure anymore. He was a Sword Dao expert. He could clearly perceive that the aura brought about by Lin Xian's sword was even more powerful than before. Could it be that he did not use his full strength in that attack from before? Was this his true strength now? Sword 13's palm was trembling slightly. On the other side, First Blade was also incomparably solemn. His body also emitted a terrifying saber intent. To be honest, this power was beyond his imagination. The Force King's expression also changed. He did not expect that the other party's combat strength and sword intent could actually increase again. It really surprised him. These auras were already threatening his safety. So in the next moment, he roared angrily and displayed the Sky Wolf physique. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He would not let the other party slash out this sword. Bang! However, just as he was about to move, Lin Xian also took a step forward. Following that, the demonic sword slashed down. A sword chi that was almost 10,000 feet long fell mercilessly from the sky. This attack, Lin Xian used 90% of his strength. Savage technique. Roar of 10,000 beasts. When the Force King saw the huge sword chi descending from the sky, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved his fists, unleashing countless terrifying fist shadows that rushed into the clouds to resist this sword. Bang, bang, bang. These fist shadows transformed into terrifying beasts. There were cheetahs, lions, tigers, and flying dragons. All kinds of ancient beasts appeared in the sky. They roared at the sky, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. They quickly rushed into the clouds to resist the terrifying sword chi. Poof! However, this sword was truly too terrifying. When the sword slashed down, countless beasts were completely destroyed. Not only that, the entire void was cut in half. Countless spatial cracks spread on the sword edge. Then, this sword completely drowned the Force King. Bang! The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and countless sword chi waves rushed in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. They really did not dare to imagine who could block this sword. At this moment, even the first prince was worried. On the other hand, the eighth prince smiled. He really did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. When the boundless energy waves disappeared, the Force King's figure appeared. He stood there like a huge mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, there was a terrifying sword mark on his arm. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the ground. The Force King's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was injured. The Force King was injured. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in shock. As the Force King's defense was unparalleled, no one had been able to break through his defense since the beginning of the battle. But now he was injured. Lin Xian's powerful sword had broken through his defense. Was this the power of the number one swordsman? It was too terrifying. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They realized that they could not resist this sword at all. Chapter 2068. So powerful. I'm no match for him. Jian Shisen shook his head and sighed. Previously, he thought that he could fight with Lin Xian because he was confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he saw the sword, his heart was shaken. He could not block the sword at all. Therefore, even if he encountered Lin Xian, he would lose. It was impossible for him to win. On the other side, Jian Shisan's eyes flickered, and his expression was solemn. This sword strike also posed an incomparably huge threat to him. However, he was confident that he could block it. However, what shocked him even more was that the power of the sword was similar to his full-strength attack. Therefore, if he really encountered Lin Xian, it was hard to say who would win. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King narrowed his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. When the surrounding warriors heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Fuck, what a terrifying sword aura. Everyone went crazy. And you said it was interesting? Do you have to be so perverted? In front of them, on the battlefield, the Herculean king was trembling with anger. He was injured. He was actually injured. This was something that he had never experienced in many years. However, he was injured by his opponent's sword. Kid, you dare to injure me? The Herculean king gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian like a monster. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Humph! Don't be so smug. Although you managed to injure me with this sword, you can't easily release such sword aura. Although I'm injured, it's not a fatal injury. The strength of my sky wolf body is not something you can imagine. Having said that, the Herculean king roared, and boundless energy gathered towards him. Then, the blue lines on his body spread out and formed mysterious runes to stop the wound. Although the wound could not be healed immediately, the blood stopped flowing. You've successfully angered me. Next, I'll let you know my true strength. The Herculean king was really angry. His voice was filled with anger, as if he was an angry demon. Lin Xian, on the other hand, extended a finger. 1 move, just 1 more move, and you will be defeated. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. They quickly discussed among themselves. This Lin Xian was too strong. If the next attack landed on the Herculean king's vitals, the Herculean king would be seriously injured. Not necessarily. I am optimistic about the Herculean king. After all, that terrifying sword Qi had only managed to break through the Herculean king's defense. But it was only an injury to his arm. This was not a fatal threat to the Herculean king. In other words, the Herculean king wasn't seriously injured at all. It was likely that Lin Xian was in trouble. I think so too. That sword strike just now was probably the ultimate move of that Lin brat. As for the Herculean King's ultimate move, he probably had not used it yet. Comparing the two, the Herculean King was still superior. Sounds of discussion could be heard as the crowd discussed fervently. However, all of their gazes were firmly fixed on the scene before them. Sky Wolf combat body. In front of them, the Herculean King roared angrily. Immediately, the blue runes on his body flickered rapidly and covered his entire body. Not only that, two blue wolf heads formed on both sides of his shoulders. They were abnormally ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. On his hands, two huge blue wolf claws formed. They looked like real monsters and emitted a cold light. On his back, there were three blue tails that were rapidly curling. Every time they curled, they brought about a powerful energy wave. At this moment, the Herculean King seemed to have turned into a half-monster. He was abnormally ferocious. In the sky, when the Imperial Elders saw this scene, they gasped. Could this be the combat form of the Sky Wolf combat body? The surrounding people were also shocked. They realized that in addition to the Herculean King's defense, his terrifying attack power had increased again. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the Sky Wolf combat body could change its form. Its power had indeed increased by a lot. The sword Qi just now probably wouldn't be able to hurt the Herculean King. He had to summon the Great Dragon Sword Soul to defeat the Herculean King. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was his trump card. He wouldn't easily expose it in front of everyone. Therefore, he was prepared to use his second attack, which was the soul attack. In the next moment, he stomped his feet again and rushed over. Sky Wolf combat body, Sky Wolf's wrath. The Herculean King also roared and rushed over. His feet cracked the ground, and his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His fists transformed into two heavenly wolf phantoms as they quickly attacked, intending to crush Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance held their breaths and watched carefully. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Herculean King arrived at the center of the field. Their moves were about to collide. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The demon sword in his hand didn't slash down. Instead, a golden light appeared in his eyes. An extremely powerful soul power surged out. Then, golden runes flickered in his eyes. Buzz, a powerful illusion was cast. On the opposite side, the Herculean King's body trembled, and his eyes turned blank. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, in an instant, he was hit by the terrifying illusion. Boom. In the next moment, he was sent flying and another bloody mark appeared on his body. What? The Herculean King was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the Herculean King to be defeated. The Herculean King had already displayed the Sky Wolf battle body, which was even more terrifying than his previous defense. However, even so, he was still defeated. How did the other party do it? Also, why did the Herculean King give up at the last moment? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what had happened. The first blade frowned, not understanding the situation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered, and he was also thinking. On the other hand, the Crown Prince suddenly stood up and clenched his fists with a gloomy face. The Herculean King was defeated. How was this possible? How could the Herculean King be defeated? After being sent flying, the Herculean King came back to his senses. He roared crazily, unable to accept the fact in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but he felt dizzy and his face was extremely pale. Although there was another sword mark on his body, it wasn't fatal. What was fatal was that his soul attack had taken a hit. To be honest, he was too shocked. He didn't expect the other party's third move to be a soul attack. Although his physical defense was unparalleled, his soul power defense was inferior to his physical defense. Moreover, he wasn't prepared at all. Chapter 2069. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked at the King Strength King and sneered. The King Strength King snorted. His soul was injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight, he would only lose. He might even be humiliated by his opponent. Therefore, he would not continue to fight. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent. You only used a despicable method this time. The next time I meet you, I will not lose. I will let you know the power of the Sky Wolf battle body." As he spoke, he took out a few healing pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, runes appeared on his body and covered his wounds. However, the soul power injury could not be healed in a short period of time. He could only recuperate slowly. When the King Strength King returned to the viewing platform, everyone looked at him. The Crown Prince asked in a deep voice, "What happened? How did you lose?" He still could not accept the fact. The King Strength King said in a deep voice, "It was soul power. He used a soul attack that I did not expect and did not defend against. However, next time, I will let him know how powerful I am." What? Soul power? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's last move was soul power. It was indeed out of their expectations. One must know that, like the King Strength King, they had been paying attention to each other's swordsmanship. They were all guessing what kind of powerful swordsmanship Lin Xian would use to break the King Strength King's defense. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian did not use any swordsmanship at all. Instead, he used a soul attack. This was indeed unexpected. Not to mention the King Strength King, all the other crown princes did not expect this. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Other than his outstanding swordsmanship, he also had such a powerful soul power attack. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? Humph! He was just taking advantage of the situation. If they really fought, the King Strength King would not lose. In short, there were those who supported Lin Xian and those who supported the King Strength King. However, no matter who they supported, the fighting strength of these two people shocked them. Especially Lin Xian. Everyone's heart trembled, because if they faced Lin Xian in the future, they would not only have to guard against his sharp swordsmanship, but they also had to guard against his strange soul power. It could be said that the difficulty had greatly increased. Next, the competition. Due to Lin Xian's victory this time, the 8th prince now had another trump jade talisman, tied with the 3rd prince. After that, the injured people were all recuperating and did not attack again. Besides that, Jian Shisan, Duan Qingqing, Gao Jichao, Suyu, and the others all displayed formidable strength and obtained victory after victory. And soon, that was because they discovered that it was another fierce battle between dragons and tigers. This time, the two parties involved were also two peerless geniuses, This person was also a soul power expert. Everyone was very careful when it came to soul power attacks because they weren't easy to defend against, and they would be seriously injured if they did not handle it well. Therefore, they were especially careful when facing this kind of soul power expert, especially Lin Xian. He obviously had the means to attack, but he did not use it. He suddenly attacked when no one knew. His lethality was even more terrifying. The Herculean King was a good example. However, Gao Jichao was also a soul power expert. Everyone knew that. Therefore, they could defend in advance when facing such an expert. Sure enough, Sword 3 took out a blue necklace and hung it on his neck. It emitted a layer of blue light, enveloping him. This was a soul defense type artifact. It was used to deal with soul power experts. After wearing the blue necklace, Sword 3 let out a sigh of relief. Although he was a swordsman with superb swordsmanship, he had to be careful when facing soul power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. He cultivated a killing sword technique. It was very cold and ruthless. Therefore, the killing intent on his body was incomparably terrifying. Perhaps there were not many people present who could be compared to this killing intent. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao's body also emitted an extremely strange aura that made people's hair stand on end. Everyone knew that it was soul power. This kind of soul power was formless and intangible. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. Everyone felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. One had to admit that Gao Jichao was absolutely terrifying. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the other party's soul power was indeed powerful. It far surpassed these geniuses. Following the sound of a war drum, Gao Jichao pointed out a finger. Suddenly, a green light accompanied by soul power flew out quickly. This was the combination of a physical attack and a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Sword 3 also snorted coldly. He had already activated his soul power defense. Therefore, he was not afraid. The killing sword technique in his hand flashed again. A sword light flew out. It was very simple and did not have any brilliance. However, the power easily cut open the void. Bang! The sword easily split apart the ice-cold light. But in the next moment, Sword 3's expression changed, because the blue light screen on his body fluctuated violently. Obviously, he had suffered a soul attack. However, his blue necklace was also a top-grade defensive artifact. Therefore, it blocked the soul attack. However, his back was covered in cold sweat. Strange. It was indeed too strange. The other party's soul power was almost impossible to guard against. If he did not have this kind of soul defense necklace, he would have been injured. But soon, he snorted coldly. Soul power? I have it too. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body suddenly erupted. It turned into a shocking wave of air that swept out in all directions. The sword intent of a swordsman was similar to soul power. It could even completely resist soul power. As a terrifying swordsman, Sword 3 and his sword intent burst out, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Sword intent? Well, let's see if your sword intent or my soul power is stronger. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao raised a smile. In the next moment, the soul power on his body rose. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, an invisible energy quickly rushed over. At the same time, a purple light appeared in Gao Jichao's eyes. Not good. It's an illusion attack. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This kind of illusion attack was very terrifying. If one got lost in it, as long as there was a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, they would probably be injured. Sword 3 naturally knew the danger, so he roared. The long sword in his hand quickly slashed out, destroying everything. The sword stabbed out, turning into 3,000 sword lights moving forward. Chapter 2070. The sword pierced out, turning into 3,000 sword lights that swept across the front. Like a waterfall, they gushed over. The void shattered, blocking all the illusions outside. Boom, boom, boom. The void ahead rumbled. Jian Shisan's sword chi was too piercingly cold, carrying a monstrous killing intent. Even if Gao Jichao's soul was powerful, he could not kill it at all. The piercingly cold killing intent, mixed with sword intent, actually successfully resisted the opponent's soul power. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. As for Gao Jichao, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Mirage Demon. Then his fingers kept forming seals. The purple light in his eyes flickered rapidly, forming one mysterious rune after another, flickering indeterminately. Soon, the entire sky formed a huge vortex. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the vortex. Then, a few ferocious demons crawled out of the vortex. That huge body covered the entire void. Demon, this was an extraterrestrial demon. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. Even the imperial family elder's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use such a terrifying method. Demon, this was an illusory existence. It was very strange and could affect the state of mind of a martial artist. It could cause flaws to appear in the martial artist's heart of martial arts. Once this flaw was attacked by the demon, the consequences would be very tragic. If it was light, one's cultivation would drop. If it was heavy, one would directly go crazy. It was possible that one's cultivation would be crippled. However, the demon was very mysterious and usually could not be seen at all. Moreover, very few people were able to use them. But they did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use it now. Fuck, is this guy crazy? He actually summoned such a thing. Damn it, he hit it too well. In the distance, those martial artists looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This thing was a threat to any of them. Demon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He felt that the ferocious ghost heads above him were a threat to him. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and directly cut off the terrifying danger. Extinguished, the great dragon sword soul's strongest attack could destroy everything. Of course, sky fiends could also be killed. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move. He just destroyed the uncomfortable aura around him, because this heavenly demon was not mainly targeting him, but was targeting Sword 13. Sure enough, Sword 13 was the first to bear the brunt and suffered tremendous pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that this kind of heavenly demon had a huge impact on him. However, in the next moment he let out a furious roar, and his eyes turned scarlet. A mere sky fiend wants to affect my mind and soul? What a joke! I was born from slaughter, tempering my firm sword intent and immortal killing intent. Nothing can affect me. At this point, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and bones. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through the clouds and transformed into 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Now, have a taste of my ultimate move, a feast of slaughter, accompanied by this cold and emotionless voice. The blood-red color of the void overflowed and dyed the entire sky red. Red hurricanes tore through the void. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura filled every inch of the space. Even the prodigy prince in the distance was trembling slightly. Damn it, how many people had this guy killed? How could his murderous aura be so strong? God of slaughter. This guy was definitely a god of slaughter. These people turned pale and swallowed their saliva wildly because this murderous aura was really too terrifying. Even their souls were being threatened. It seemed that it was not weaker than the sky fiend above them at all. At this moment, even First Blade also frowned tightly. The other party's killing intent was too strong, even stronger than his. Of course, what he mainly cultivated was not killing intent, but saber intent. Hence, with a cold snort, a sharp saber intent emerged and revolved around him, blocking the killing intent that filled the sky. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also revealed a cold smile. His body released a golden light, completely enveloping the platform. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. He had seen the Blood Sword King's inheritance before. It was also a kind of king that focused on slaughter. However, the Blood Sword King's murderous aura paled in comparison to Sword 13 in front of him. This Sword 13's killing intent was really too strong, making him somewhat shocked. Of course, this killing intent was still unable to threaten him, and in front, Gao Jichao frowned, his expression becoming incomparably solemn, because at this moment, the killing intent that filled the sky turned into corporeal blood swords and attacked him. Not only that, 9 flood dragons connected heaven and earth. Each one seemed to be real, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting a terrifying aura. They collided with the Sky Fiend that appeared in the sky. A series of violent rumbles sounded, and countless large cracks appeared in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. In the end, those sky fiends that appeared in the sky were swallowed by the 9 blood-colored flood dragons. The entire sky was completely shattered. The enormous whirlpool had also completely disappeared. What? My Skyfiend mirage was broken? Gao Jichao frowned tightly, not daring to believe it. His Skyfiend mirage was very terrifying. Even a powerhouse could not break it at all. The other party actually broke it. Have to say, it really shocked him. However, on the opposite side, Sword 13's ordinary face carried a trace of malevolence. His eyes were red like a demon, and there were blood-colored flood dragons spiraling under his feet. The killing feast had just begun. Now, have a good taste of killing. Buzz. Saying so, he slashed out with his sword. Immediately, a blood-colored sword light slashed down from the sky. There were 9 blood-colored flood dragons in the surroundings, baring their teeth and roaring, charging towards Gao Jichao quickly. Whoosh! This murderous aura was too terrifying. Even Gao Jichao did not dare to resist it head-on. In the next moment, he tore the void, and his body disappeared, dodging quickly. Finally, he appeared on the other side, and the place where he was originally at was directly smashed to pieces. Want to escape? You can escape. Now, the entire world is my killing space. The corners of Sword 13's mouth curled into a sneer. The current him was like a real killing god. Moreover, he had long unleashed his king domain, enveloping the space. The other party absolutely could not escape. Damn it, Lunatic! Gao Jichao gritted his teeth. Originally, he thought that Sword 13 was just a little cold. He did not expect that, at this moment, the other party was a lunatic. Those blood-red eyes and monstrous murderous aura made him feel abnormally uncomfortable. He did not expect that he actually released a demon with his own hands. In the distance, everyone was also shocked. They had never seen Sword 13 in such a form. How would they know that this was Sword 13's true appearance? Chapter 2071. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now that the Slaughter Sword Dao was unleashed, it was incomparably terrifying. His entire person also transformed into a killing god. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Even if Gao Jichao was a soul force expert and had a variety of ultimate techniques in his hands, in front of such a terrifying slaughter, it was completely useless. In the end, he was besieged by 18 blood-colored flood dragons and was directly blasted flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Gao Jichao was defeated. The sole expert that made people extremely terrified was actually defeated. This made everyone find it hard to believe. When they saw Sword 13's crazy appearance, their scalps also went numb. Now, they also included Sword 13 in the list of people who could not be provoked. After all, when that slaughter feast was unleashed, it was seriously too shocking. The competition continued. Next, Gao Jichao and Duan Qingqing on the 8th Prince's side fought. In the end, Duan Qingqing was defeated. because not everyone could be like Sword 13, unleashing an incomparably terrifying slaughter feast. Although Duan Qingqing was also powerful, she was still unable to block this soul attack. On the other side, Sword 13 also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Once the slaughter feast was unleashed, no one could match it. In fact, even Fist Tyrant was defeated by him. This scene shocked everyone, because Fist Tyrant was an extremely powerful existence, but they did not expect that he was actually defeated. In fact, they did not expect that a dark horse like Sword 13 would forcibly appear. Up until now, everyone could be said to have a very deep impression of his slaughter feast. That terrifying killing intent even made people not dare to fight back at all. Humph! I'll kill you. Finally, First Blade could not hold back anymore. He stood up and looked at Sword 13. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out crazily, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that First Blade was finally going to make his move. First Blade was an existence even more terrifying than Fist Tyrant. Moreover, up until now, he had not been defeated. More importantly, the people who had fought with him were all defeated by one blade. This terrifying method made people's hair stand on end. Now, First Blade was about to face the dark horse, Sword 13. Who would be stronger? This was what everyone was looking forward to, because what Sword 13 displayed before was really too powerful. There were even many people who thought that he might surpass Lin Xian and become the #1 swordsman. Therefore, facing First Blade now, everyone was extremely shocked. Humph, are you finally going to make a move? Although Sword 13's appearance was ordinary, at this moment, he carried a supreme killing intent. Even in the face of the first strike, he did not have the slightest fear. You're not bad. You're worth my time. However, you have no chance of winning at all. The First Blade was even more domineering. Is that so? I've long wanted to experience your 7 extinction saber art. You'll see. First Blade said coldly. His aura gradually solidified, as if a peerless divine blade was slowly being unsheathed. On the other side, countless blood-red lights also appeared behind Sword 13, spreading out in all directions. It was about to begin. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all agitated. Their eyes were fixed on the two of them. He didn't want to let go of any details. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. He wanted to see just how powerful the first slash was. Boom! A sharp saber light rose from the first saber. It seemed to have turned into a sharp saber and slashed toward the void. Not only that, but his body was also filled with countless saber lights. First Blade's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a god of war. Countless people looked up to him. Boom! On the other side, beside Sword 13, the feast of slaughter quickly unfolded. The sky was filled with blood-red lights, forming blood-red dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, spreading out in all directions. It formed an extremely terrifying scene. The aura of the two collided, constantly clashing in the air. Every time, it shattered the void. Boom! At this moment, the First Blade let out a cold shout. The blue saber light on his body erupted once again, shooting straight into the sky. It turned into a huge saber light, shattering all the 9 dragons that rushed over. Around him, a divine saber domain was floating, emitting a terrifying aura. Terrifying. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. How terrifying Sword 13's slaughter feast was, they had experienced it before. But now, the First Blade was so powerful that it instantly sent 9 blood-red dragons flying. It even completely suppressed the Feast of Slaughter. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. What kind of terrifying realm had the First Blade reached? No one dared to imagine. Sword 13 also frowned. He did not expect that his Feast of Slaughter would be suppressed by the other party. Sure enough, The other party was really strong. Storm of slaughter. But in the next moment his eyes turned red. With a ferocious expression, he quickly waved the long sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon roars sounded one after another. Suddenly, 18 dragons quickly appeared. That monstrous murderous aura scattered the clouds in all directions. From afar, it was as if a real divine beast had descended into the sky. The 18 dragons quickly attacked the first blade. It was this move that had defeated Gao Jichao. However, the first blade snorted coldly. In the next moment, his powerful hand grasped the blue saber at his waist. 7 blade techniques. First blade. A sonorous sound was heard. Then, the blue saber light suddenly erupted. It was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way had descended into the world. It turned into a light that was 100 feet long and fiercely charged forward. Roar, roar, roar. The 18 blood-red dragons roared in the air. Each of them was like a real demonic beast. Their bodies emitted blood-red light, causing the surrounding void to crack. In the next moment, they quickly blasted towards the blue saber light from all directions. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy storm quickly exploded in the void. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In fact, the entire sky was completely covered by this light. In the sky, there was an intense collision. In just an instant, 3 of the dragons were beheaded. They did not resist at all. However, the remaining 15 flood dragons pounced on the blue saber light in a frenzy. But right after that, another 4 flood dragons were split in half. The red light exploded and dyed the entire sky red. It was as if it was real blood. It carried a monstrous smell of blood. It made people want to vomit. However, being besieged by so many blood-red dragons, the shocking blue saber light dimmed. However, the sharp aura on it was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz. At this moment, the first blade struck again. The second blue saber light was slashed out. It was even more violent and huge, like a torrent. It instantly covered the entire sky. As the saber slashed down, the remaining dozen blood-red dragons were instantly split in half. In an instant, there was a huge blue torrent rolling in the sky, covering the void below. Chapter 2072. Seeing this scene, Jian Shisan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that his ultimate move would be broken by the other party in 2 slashes. It really shocked him. The surrounding princes and geniuses were even more shocked, especially Gao Jichao, whose face was incomparably pale. It was because of that move that he was defeated previously, unexpectedly. The first slash was so powerful that it broke his opponent's ultimate move in 2 slashes. Boom. The third slash of the 7 ultimate saber techniques. At this moment, the aura of the first slash erupted again. He was incomparably violent, and the huge saber light illuminated the world. With a slash, it carried thousands of rays of light and turned into a terrifying saber light that slashed down from the sky. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In the sky, the void was instantly broken, and the mountains and rivers below were even more sunken. Under this slash, nothing could exist. Slaughter feast, Azura. Jian Shisan also roared, and suddenly the red light on his body shone even brighter. It was bright red like blood. It made the entire sky tremble. Rays of sword chi flew out from his long sword and quickly condensed in front of him, forming a huge blood-red giant. It was indomitable like a huge mountain giant. It held a shield in its left hand and a blood-red divine spear in its right hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Azura, the blood-red giant roared. and then the divine spear in its hand quickly stabbed out. Boom. As the spear stabbed out, blood was burning, and the red light that filled the sky directly pierced through the void. The surrounding mountains collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Jian Shisan to have such a terrifying killing move in addition to the 18 blood-red dragons. The blood-red giant was abnormally ferocious, as if it was really an Azura that crawled out of hell. Boom! The blood-red long spear collided with the third saber light, and an earth-shattering collision occurred. Crack! Boom! The red divine spear in the Azura's hand instantly shattered and scattered into the void. However, the 3 blue saber lights also broke into 2 halves from the middle, turning into countless fragments. It was a draw, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this attack to be evenly matched. The first blade also frowned. He did not expect that someone would be able to block his 7-blade techniques. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted, and the sharp light in his eyes exploded once again. Then, the 4th slash ruthlessly slashed out. It was too fast. One slash after another. There was no pause at all. Ordinary kings would need to spend half a day to unleash such a terrifying move. However, in the first blade hand, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if it was not a killing move, but an ordinary move. One could only imagine how terrifying the first strike was. Boom. Sure enough, after the first saber strike, on Sword 13's side, Azura had yet to condense a second divine spear. Therefore, he could only defend passively. In his left hand, a huge blood-red shield was raised high. It was like a red mountain standing in the void. On the shield, there were mysterious runes that emitted a bloody aura. At this moment, under Sword 13's urging, it shone even more brilliantly. In the next moment, the 4th saber mark slashed on it. Immediately, the world shook. Mountains and rivers shattered, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, this saber strike was too shocking. Therefore, although the blood-red shield was terrifying, it was actually split in half from the middle. Not only that, the Azura's left hand was also cut off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Sword 13's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he roared. The Azura in front of him roared incomparably. On his right hand, a second blood-red spear condensed again and quickly charged out. It was useless. It was over. 7-blade techniques, the 5th slash. The first blade's expression was cold, and his voice was emotionless. Then, the 5th saber light slashed down. Heaven and earth turned into a tornado and fiercely slashed over. The huge Azura was split into 2 from the middle, turning into 2 pools of blood. It was like a sea of blood flowing on the ground. However, this saber light did not disappear and quickly arrived in front of Sword 13. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Sword 13's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Azura he summoned would be split in half. This made him unable to believe it. At the critical moment, he raised the red long sword in his hand to block. 3,000 streaks of sword energy slashed out in a row, turning into a light screen in front of him. But it was useless at all. The 5th slash of the 7-blade techniques was incomparably terrifying. It tore through the void and ruthlessly tore all of the sword curtains apart. Then, it slammed onto Sword 13's long sword. Immediately, Sword 13 vomited blood and flew backward, directly defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first slash was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even such a powerful Azura could be killed. Even the terrifying Sword 13 could be defeated. Looks like practically no one was his match. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know if that Lin Xian could beat the first slash or not. To be honest, the strength that Sword 13 displayed previously was really too powerful. It made them think that he had already surpassed Lin Xian. And now, the first slash actually defeated Sword 13. Then, could he defeat Lin Xian? This was the anticipation in everyone's hearts. After all, Lin Xian currently had the title of the #1 swordsman, and the first slash was even a peerless swordsman. Between the two people, who was stronger and who was weaker, they were looking forward to it. You're very strong. I lost. In the distance, Sword 13 stood up and quickly swallowed a medicinal pill. At the same time, the blood-colored light on his body disappeared. The scarlet in his eyes also gradually faded and then returned to normal. The other party was indeed very strong, surpassing him, because the 7-blade techniques only slashed out 5 times. He knew that the following 2 slashes were even more terrifying. Even if he continued to fight, he probably could not resist. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian with a trace of anticipation in his eyes, because he also wanted to know, if Lin Xian fought the first slash, what would the situation be? Would he win? In the eyes of others, he surpassed Lin Xian. But Sword 13 himself knew that he was still a little inferior compared to Lin Xian, because from the last time Lin Xian displayed sword energy, Sword 13 knew that the other party had surpassed him. It was just that he did not know, compared to the first slash, who was stronger. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian and the first slash, and the first slash lived up to everyone's expectations. He did not leave the arena and directly pointed his long saber at Lin Xian. Then he said coldly, "Kid, do you dare to fight?" Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Crazy! The first slash was indeed interesting, challenging Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also stood up and said loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" However, you've consumed a lot of energy now, so you should recover your strength first. Chapter 2073. You've consumed a lot of energy, so you should recover your strength first. I won't take advantage of you. All right. First Blade nodded, then roared at the sky. He sucked hard, and the spiritual power in the sky gathered, forming a huge vortex that merged into his body. Not only that, he took out a golden bottle from his storage ring and dripped a drop of golden liquid from it. 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He had owned such a thing before, so he naturally knew the power of this effect. It could recover the spiritual power consumed in an instant. As expected, First Blade's aura quickly recovered and reached its peak. Then he looked at Lin Xian again. I've already recovered to my peak, so you should have no reason to refuse this time. As you wish. Lin Xian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and arrived at the battlefield in front of him. Very well, kid, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Seeing Lin Xian arrive at the battlefield so decisively, First Blade revealed a cold smile. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 7 ultimate saber technique. Clang! Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, then said in a deep voice, "You don't have to use the first 4 slashes. I've seen it, and it has no effect on me. You can use the 5th slash directly." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Jian Shisan had just returned to the spectator stand, and when he heard this, his body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. The first 4 slashes are useless against him? Using the 5th slash directly? That's too arrogant. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had surpassed him, he did not think that Lin Xian could easily take the first 4 slashes. Could it be that Lin Xian still had some sort of trump card? Thinking of this, Jian Shisan's eyes were like torches as he stared straight ahead. Hearing this, First Blade also frowned. He felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant to want to take his fifth slash directly. However, a cold smile appeared on his face soon after. Good kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The next moment he snorted coldly, and the saber light on his body became extremely sharp again, emitting thousands of rays of light. Then he raised the saber in his right hand, and a terrifying saber intent quickly surged out. The shocking saber radiance soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky blue. What a powerful aura! Was this the fifth move of the seven blade techniques? Everyone was shocked when they felt the saber intent. The first 4 slashes were already so terrifying. The fifth slash was probably going to shock the heavens and earth. And this Lin Xian actually wanted to directly receive such a powerful attack. Could he withstand it? For a moment, everyone was worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian also focused his gaze. To be honest, this blade was very strong, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword, and the sword intent on his body quickly erupted. Black flames danced on his body. It exuded a terrifying heat wave. Then, a black lotus flower formed on the sword. Hell Sword Lotus. Lin Xian waved the demonic sword, and the great dragon sword soul and hell fire on his body surged out at the same time. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge lotus flower. The lotus flower spun continuously above him and condensed into form. Each petal was extremely black, and the shape was like a black demonic sword. 9 black sword chi combined with each other, and the aura was monstrous. It was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the first saber in front of it. The first saber also shouted coldly, and his arm suddenly fell. Suddenly, the fifth move of the 7 blade techniques erupted. Boom! This move caused the heavens and earth to split, and ghosts to wail, and wolves to howl. There was lightning and thunder all around, and the terrifying saber light made everyone's hair stand on end. On the other side, Lin Xian also swung his sword. The Hell Sword Lotus above him also spun quickly. 9 black sword chi erupted, forming a black sea of fire and sword light that filled the sky. That aura also made people tremble. This was the ultimate move of the two. Once it was used, it caused a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The sky directly split open, and a heavy rain poured down. There was also lightning and thunder all around. There was a strange sound in the sky, as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. The princes who were watching from afar were all stunned. Even the elders of the royal family had solemn expressions. What kind of killer move could cause such a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Boom! In the next moment, the ultimate moves of the two collided. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted, and a large crack appeared in the void. Thousands of spatial cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The impact this time was too terrifying. Even the prodigies on the spectator stands in the distance all made a move to resist. They had no choice. The aftermath of this energy had already affected them. Crack, crack. At the critical moment, the elders of the royal family activated the defensive formation. Ancient and mysterious formation runes flickered on every spectator stand, blocking the aftermath of this energy. Only then did the prodigies let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still looking forward with pale faces. Boom! It was a mess in front of them, and the entire space fell into an extremely chaotic state. Lin Xian and the first saber's figures were still engulfed. There was only a violent flow of energy in the surroundings, and it swept wildly. Boom! At this moment, a black flame suddenly surged out from somewhere in front of them, tearing apart the violent flow of energy. Then it gathered and formed a black flame giant. It roared at the sky, shattering that part of the world. Not only that, the flame giant put its palms together and formed a giant flame sword that was almost 1,000 feet long. It burned fiercely and connected the heavens and the earth. Accompanying it was Lin Xian's cold voice. Fire God roar! With a furious roar, the giant flame giant slashed down with the giant flame sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, countless blue saber lights appeared, forming a huge light ball vortex that slashed out a vacuum. Then the first saber's figure also appeared. He held a blue saber in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Then he used the 6th move of the 7 saber techniques. It was another intense collision. The cracks in the sky were even more terrifying. Each of them stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. It was pitch black, as if the entire world had been torn apart. In the entire sky, tens of thousands of lightning flashed in those cracks. Sword chi and saber lights filled the sky, and there was a terrifying whistling sound. There was even a rain of blood floating down from the sky. However, this was not real blood. It was formed by the convergence of these energies. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The prodigies in the distance were enveloped by the formation. When they saw this scene, their lips turned pale, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because they realized that these two people were too powerful. They could not resist such an attack at all. Chapter 2074. He's really strong. I'm no match for him. Jian Shursen looked at this scene and sighed. He realized that his estimation was right. Lin Xian was stronger than him. That was because he could not block the 4th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. However, the other party was able to block the 6th move, far surpassing him. At this moment, the most nervous ones were the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. Both of them clenched their fists and their eyes flickered. That was because this battle was very important to them. The 1st prince had the Golden Lion King and was very powerful. Lin Xian and the 1st blade were both their trump cards. It could be said that they were the strongest people in their hands. Now, the two of them were fighting. Who would win and who would lose? This would determine who would be ranked 2nd behind the 1st prince. Therefore, the two of them were very nervous. In front of them, in the countless cracks and blood rain, 2 figures flashed out. It was Lin Xian and the 1st blade. Among them, Lin Xian was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood and was not stained by any dust, nor was there any energy fragments. He was like a banished immortal, dodging quickly in the energy storm that filled the sky. On the other side, it was the 1st blade. His clothes trembled and his black hair fluttered. His entire person carried a terrifying, murderous aura. He also strode over, crushing the void. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, carrying the aura of the galaxy. The terrifying sword chi surged forward like a dragon. The 1st blade's saber light was like a galaxy, extremely dazzling. It carried the power of the stars and the sharp saber light rolling over. The casual attacks of the two of them carried the aura of supreme cultivation techniques. It was unimaginable. Soon, the distance between the two of them was less than 1,000 meters. At this moment, the 1st blade attacked again. The 7th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. The voice was like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Some people even fell to the ground. It could not be helped. The aura was too terrifying. After this voice, several blue saber lights appeared beside the 1st blade and surrounded him. Each of them was indomitable. Then the 7 saber lights merged into one, forming an even larger saber light that tore through heaven and earth. What The seventh move was actually the combined energy of the first six moves. Heavens, just how terrifying would this be? Despair filled their faces. Everyone had already witnessed the power of the first six slashes. As for the seventh slash, it was formed by combining the first six slashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. How heaven-defying would it be? It's over. This move is too terrifying. That Lin Xian probably won't be able to withstand it. Unless he had a heaven-defying trump card, it was impossible for him to win. Sure enough, the first slash was really powerful. Numerous discussions were heard. At this moment, the Herculean king's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even I wouldn't be able to defend against the strike, let alone that brat." Indeed, this saber strike could already break through his heavenly wolf physique. Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. Since the Herculean king had said so, everyone was even more convinced that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. The third prince sneered coldly. "Humph! The might of the first saber strike is not something you can imagine. The seven extinction saber technique is incomparably heaven-defying, especially the seventh slash. Its power was several times that of the first six slashes. Among the mighty figures, no one could block it. On the other hand, the eighth prince was extremely nervous. He also felt the terror of this move. Unless Lin Xian really had a heaven-defying trump card, he was afraid that he would really lose. Damn it, this made him very unwilling to accept it. In front, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The threat that this move brought to him was also huge. He took a look. Even his Ice Guardian would not be able to block it. The black robe battle armor was also not enough, unless he hid in the black earth. However, a battle was not just about passively taking a beating. If he could not defend, then he would not defend. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and extreme speed. He was confident that he could dodge this slash. Moreover, everyone had underestimated his strength. He was a swordsman with the great dragon sword soul. His attack power definitely surpassed his opponent's. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to take this move head-on. He did not need to use the great dragon sword soul. He only needed to use the full power of the great dragon sword soul. Boom. Roar. Suddenly, a deep dragon roar sounded from his body. Then, heaven and earth were torn apart, and lightning from the 9 heavens descended. At the same time, the sword aura on his body suddenly erupted. That aura kept rising and tearing the void. What? He could still increase his sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was definitely going to lose. But now, it seemed that it was not certain. Indeed, the 8th prince also stood up excitedly. This sword chi was so powerful, it was not weaker than the first slash. He was simply too excited because he had discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still continuing to rise. How was this possible? On the other hand, the 3rd prince's pupils shrank. Originally, he was already confident that he would win when he used the first slash. But now, his opponent still had a trump card. Could it be that his opponent was still hiding his strength? Thinking of this, his face was extremely ugly. The first slash also frowned. His opponent's sudden burst of aura was not good news for him. He knew that he could not wait any longer and had to stop his opponent. In the next moment, he quickly made his move. The 7th move of the 7-blade techniques was quickly slashed out. Boom. This slash made the entire world blur. It was impossible to withstand it. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was also extremely powerful. His power was unimaginable. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, and the demonic sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Countless saber lights crisscrossed, and a dragon roar sounded. Sensing the dragon's roar, the blood in the royal elders and princes' bodies began to churn incessantly. One by one, they were shocked. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there the aura of the path of the dragon? They were too shocked because, as members of the royal family of the Tai dynasty, they all had the aura of the path of the dragon in their bodies. They could connect with the dragon veins of the earth. But now, the familiar aura of the path of the dragon came from the battlefield in front of them. They could not believe it at all. Also, what was going on with the dragon roar that appeared in the sky? Could it be that someone had something to do with the dragons? They were indeed too shocked. In the Middle Continent, only the royal family of the 9 great dynasties could display the aura of the path of the dragon. Other than that, it was impossible for others. Of course, other than the legendary and mysterious dragons. However, the dragons were legends. They had disappeared for tens of thousands of years and had never appeared at all. Therefore, when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King frowned. Chapter 2075. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King furrowed his brows. 2 sharp golden lights shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void, as if he wanted to see the truth. What? It's him. Soon, the Golden Lion King frowned, because he used a great ability to see the situation in front of him. He saw a ferocious azure dragon coiling around Lin Xian's body. It was very terrifying. That dragon aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. He was not a member of the royal family. Why did this aura feel so familiar? The Golden Lion King's expression was very serious. He realized that there was a cloud of mist around the other party's body, making him unable to see clearly. Ka. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the situation in front of him changed. The shocking attack of the 2 caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the huge blue sword light in the sky. Then, it exploded, turning into countless light rain. However, the black demonic sword slashed down heavily, enveloping the first blade. Bang! The first blade's pupils shrank. At this critical moment, he used his strongest defense. A blue armor appeared on his body. Then, a blue light shield suddenly enlarged above his head. Otherwise, he would have 2 defensive rings on his hand, which also propped up a light shield. For layers of powerful defense were resisting. However, it was useless. The 9 darkness demonic sword was too sharp. This sword slashed through all the defenses. The first blade was sent flying. He won. Seeing this scene, the 8th prince waved his fist excitedly. He was too happy. He did not expect that the situation that he was bound to lose would turn around. As for the others, they were all in an uproar. They were all dumbstruck. The 3rd prince's side was dead silent. The 3rd prince's face was even more ashen. He did not expect that the first blade would lose in the end. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and looked forward with extreme reluctance. He did not expect that he would not be able to recruit Lin Xian as his subordinate because he was a step late, and it was because of this young man that he suffered a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the second round of the competition, they would need to surround and kill their opponents. He had to get rid of the other party. He couldn't allow this threat to remain. The first prince's face was also gloomy. The power that Lin Xian displayed was enough to threaten him. Therefore, a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes as well. The Golden Lion King also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, when I meet him, I will personally deal with him." Hearing this, The first prince smiled, his lips curling into a smile. He knew that the Golden Lion King would not boast. Since the other party had said so, he should be able to defeat that Lin Xian. He had absolute confidence in the Battle Clan and the Golden Lion King. As for the others, they were completely stunned. Lin Xian's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. This was something that they had not expected at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was indeed terrifying. He was definitely the number one swordsman. Until now, Fist Tyrant, the Herculean King, Jian Shisan, and the other peerless geniuses looked at Lin Xian and frowned. They admitted that they were not his opponent. In other words, almost no one was Lin Xian's opponent now. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted, and his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Lin Xian, and a terrifying battle intent rose from his body. Interesting. Originally, I thought that other than the War Clan, no one else would be able to enter my eyes. I didn't expect you to break my understanding. Not bad. You are interesting. You are worthy of me making a move. What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian was already so powerful, and the Golden Lion King still dared to treat him with such an attitude. Could it be that he was even more powerful? However, when they thought of the mysterious legends of the Battle Clan, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at the Golden Lion King. It was indeed very powerful, and from the looks of it, its strength should be above the first slash. He also wanted to fight with the Golden Lion King. Although he had used 100% of the power of the Dragon Sword Soul when facing the first slash. However, that was not his final battle strength. He still had a trump card. 100% power was not the final strength of the Dragon Sword Soul. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could unleash 120% of its power. Apart from that, when he summoned the Dragon Sword Soul, its attack power was even more terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could fight with the Golden Lion King. However, it was a pity that the two of them did not fight in the first round. Lin Xian fought with another cultivator next, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. The Golden Lion King also defeated his opponent a few times, but in the end, he was not able to fight with Lin Xian. In the end, other than Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, who won all 5 battles and obtained 5 Jade Emperor tokens, the others had more or less lost. However, overall, the first prince was ranked first. He had obtained 22 Jade Emperor tokens. In second place was the 8th prince, who obtained 19 Jade Emperor tokens. The third prince obtained 18. After that, the 4th prince, who had soared 13, obtained 15 Jade Emperor tokens. The 15th prince and the 9th prince were ranked 5th and 6th, respectively. They had 12 Jade Buddha King medallions and 10 Jade King Father medallions. The first round also came to an end. Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not fight in the end, which was disappointing. However, the previous battles had made them very excited. Thinking back, they were still trembling with excitement. Moreover, they knew that this was only the first round. Apart from that, there was still the second round. The competition in the second round would be even more intense. Moreover, it would not be a one-on-one battle, but a battle to see the combined strength of the princes. At that time, an incomparably shocking battle would definitely break out. Moreover, they believed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King would definitely fight in the second round, because now the 8th prince, who was ranked second, and the first prince, who was ranked first, would definitely not be able to get along. Brother Lin, this is great. I did not expect you to be so strong. The 8th prince was also very satisfied with the second place. Then he looked at Lin Xian, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard. You should quickly recover your strength. I have provided all kinds of heavenly treasures for everyone. If you have any special needs, feel free to tell me. As long as I can get it, I will not be stingy." On the other side, the first prince was also very satisfied. Although he had lost by Zijing, with the addition of the Golden Lion King, he still maintained his first place. Moreover, he believed that he would have a greater advantage in the second round. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. On the other hand, the third prince was gnashing his teeth. Chapter 2076. Because in his opinion, even if he couldn't get first place, he would definitely be second. He didn't expect that the second place would be snatched away by the eighth prince, and he was only third. Not only that, his top general, the first Slash, was also defeated. Damn it, I can't let that brat continue to be arrogant. The third prince gritted his teeth. In the second stage, I'll go all out to kill that brat and severely injure him. I don't believe that old eight and that brat called Lin Xian can be so arrogant. The second stage would begin 3 days later. Therefore, everyone came out of the special space and returned to their respective palaces to rest. As for the princes, they were making plans. They must get rid of that Lin Xian first. The third prince gritted his teeth. The first prince also made the same plan. As for the other princes, they said in a deep voice, "We must be careful of Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King." In the first stage, it was best for everyone to act as a team and not be alone, especially not facing Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King alone. Plans appeared one after another. Most of them were guarding against Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. There was no other way. These two were the ones who won the first stage. Their strength was terrifying. No matter who it was, they wouldn't have any chance of winning if they fought alone. To deal with such peerless geniuses, they had to work together. As for the eighth prince, he also said that our main enemies are the first prince and the third prince. Other than that, we have to be careful of that sword 13. We should also act as a team and not be alone. Oh, right, Brother Lin, if you were to face the Golden Lion King, how confident are you? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses all looked over. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, 50-50, he didn't know the specifics. After all, the other party should have hidden a lot of strength and ultimate moves. Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses' mouths twitched. Even the eighth prince's eyelids were twitching. This was because Lin Xian had said 50-50 during the first strike. Now that they were facing the even more powerful Golden Lion King, they were still evenly matched. This greatly surprised them. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still holding back. They had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed held back his strength. He still had 2 powerful trump cards that he had yet to use. Especially if he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, his battle prowess would increase in all aspects. Of course, Lin Xian did not let his guard down. He knew that as a genius of the war race, the Golden Lion King must be extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the second trial was finally ushered in. The second stage was not in the Tai dynasty, but in a special space domain. This domain was very extraordinary. It was different from the first stage's battle space. The second stage was in a space that had been passed down from the Tai dynasty since ancient times. It could be said to be a secret realm. The Crown Prince selection had always been held in this mystic realm. As for the second stage, each prince brought a different group of people. In the first stage, each prince could bring 5 young geniuses. As for the second stage, the elders were allowed to participate. However, all participants had to be below the 8-star king realm. Not only that, each prince could bring a different number of people. The first prince had the most people. The second prince, the 8th prince, had 14 people. The third prince had 13 people. The fourth prince, The fourth prince had 12 people. The fifth prince, the 15th prince, had 11 people. In addition, all the other princes could only bring 10 people. Although the difference in numbers was not big, the largest difference was only 5 people. However, this time, the people they brought were definitely peerless geniuses and top experts. One expert was enough to influence the entire lineup. As for how the game was going to be played, it would depend on these princes. Soon, all the princes brought their peerless experts to the Grand Imperial Palace. This was the center of the imperial city, and it was the place with the strongest dragon chi in the entire Tai dynasty. Here, Lin Xian could feel the powerful dragon chi under his feet. It was as if a real dragon was lying down below. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man who looked very handsome. He was wearing a golden dragon robe with 9 golden dragons embroidered on it. He had a crown on his head, and his face was intimidating. The place where he stood was surrounded by the shadows of dragons. He was the current emperor of the Tai dynasty. Beside him stood a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She looked very noble, and her phoenix eyes looked down on the common people. She was the empress of the Tai dynasty, the mother of the first prince. Behind the two of them stood the elders of the royal family. Although they were old, their eyes flickered with rich power. Then, these elders stood in 8 directions, and their palms were also covered with dragon seals. Power surged out of their bodies, and they flew into the ground. Soon, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered, and the shadows of dragons appeared. They even let out a low dragon roar. At this moment, the emperor in front also took a step forward. Then he pressed his palm forward. On his golden robe, the 9 golden dragons seemed to come alive. They flew into the sky and circled around each other, forming a huge dragon diagram that covered the sky. Crack, crack, boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and streams of dragon aura shot into the sky. There were a total of 81 streams of dragon aura in the surroundings. Lin Xian realized that there were very complicated runes under their feet. Each of them was a dragon pattern, and there was a shadow of a dragon. These dragon runes covered the entire ground. Then the emperor in front of him said in a deep voice, "Now, the second round of the assessment has begun." As his voice fell, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered more and more. Then, the 81 streams of dragon aura intertwined with each other, enveloping everyone. Then, they tore through the void and disappeared. Buzz, when Lin Xian, the 8th prince, and the others appeared again, they realized that they were surrounded by mountains and a vast primeval forest. Roars could be heard from afar, bringing with them a barbaric aura and terrifying demonic aura. Is this where the second round will be? As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he activated the great dragon sword soul, and he immediately regained his clarity. Then he looked around. The 8th prince and the other sky prides around him also activated their spiritual energy to recover their bodies. This time, the 8th prince could bring 14 people. Other than himself, there was Lin Xian, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing. There was also a young man called Su Wenshan. Other than them, the rest were middle-aged or older people. Tao Long, whom Lin Xian had met before, was also among them. These people had powerful auras, and they were of different species. There were many kings with powerful attacks, but there were also array masters and soul power experts. There were even beast tamers. It could be said that they were well equipped. It wasn't just the 8th prince's side. The other princes also had similar arrangements. They were all trying their best to perfect their equipment. This was because the second round lasted for a long time, a full month. Chapter 2077. The second stage lasted for a long time, a full month. During this month, anything could happen. Moreover, there were many powerful monster kings in this space. If they could be tamed, they could also use them for their own purposes. In that case, the benefits would be huge. Moreover, it could give others a surprise attack. Apart from that, there were also ancient cities, ancient ruins, and even cemeteries and caves left behind by powerful experts. Those places contained a large number of restrictions and were very dangerous. However, if they could break them and obtain the treasures inside, they might be able to improve. In fact, they might even be able to turn defeat into victory. These people came in to search for the jade tokens in the hands of the other princes and explore the ancient ruins. The 8th prince looked around and said, "How about this? This space is very big, and there are many of us. I think we can divide into 3 teams. I'll lead one team, Priest Long will lead one team, and Brother Lin will lead one team." 14 people, including the 8th prince, made a total of 15 people. They were divided into 3 teams of 5 people each. Hearing that the 8th prince and Priest Long would each lead a team, the older generation and peerless geniuses nodded slightly. However, when they heard that Lin Xian would lead a team, they frowned slightly. That was because Lin Xian was a young man. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king and not a mighty figure. Therefore, they were a little confused about this suggestion. The 8th prince smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Brother Lin's strength is far beyond your imagination. In the first stage, he won all 5 battles. He even won against a peerless swordsman like the First Blade. Therefore, he was definitely capable of leading a team." Hearing this, those who had not watched the first round of the competition sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they started to fight Lin Xian again. "All right, let's divide it like this." Priest Long also said. Among them were Duan Qingqing and the 8th prince. Other than them, there were 3 older generation figures. On Priest Long's side, there was Lu Fei, the young man named Su Wenshan, and 2 other experts. On Lin Xian's side, other than himself, who was young, the others were all older generation figures. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful, being led by such a young man still made these older generation figures somewhat unhappy. But since the 8th prince said so, they couldn't resist. Since the team is already very good, let's split up. By the way, Brother Lin, here are 3 pieces of the Jade Buddha King medallion. You can use them to communicate with us from afar. The 8th prince gave Lin Xian 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. Among them, the 8th prince took 6, while Taoist Long took 5. With these jade talismans, they were able to establish a weak connection. At the very least, he knew the general direction of the other party. However, they were unable to sense any specific information. How about this? Let's set the deadline as 5 days. After 5 days, we'll meet here and see how much we've gained. Good. Lin Xian nodded, and so did Taoist Long. Then, the 3 teams quickly ran in 3 different directions. Although they were moving quickly, they had already prepared some things before they entered, including the map in each of their hands. The map marked out the dangerous areas, the monster hordes, and the ancient ruins in this space. It could be said that other than the areas that they had never been to, the other areas had already been mapped out by these people. Moreover, these people also had something to transmit signals. It was a small bell, but it could only transmit messages 3 times before it had to be refined again. Lin Xian opened the map and looked in a direction. Then, he said, "Let's take a look at this area first." The other older generation figures took a look and frowned slightly. There were groups of demonic beasts roaming about in this area. "Are you sure there's no danger here?" "That's right, kid. Although you're powerful and are valued by the 8th prince, I'm afraid you're lacking in experience. I think we should listen to what the older generation figures have to say." Just then, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "No need. However, Lin Xian shook his head and kept the map. Since the 8th prince has handed the team to me, I have the right to make the decision. I hope you seniors can cooperate with me. As he spoke, he took the lead. His figure flashed, and his entire person flew out. Sigh, he's too young. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just then, the middle-aged man shook his head. The other old man snorted coldly. Let's wait and see. There'll be problems. The 8th prince has let a kid guide us. He's too naive. Another old man said, It's nothing. Anyway, there's only 5 days. I believe that he'll have problems within these 5 days. When we return, we'll give the 8th prince a suggestion to change the team leader. The few of them discussed for a while, and then followed behind. However, they obviously didn't believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's team had 5 people. Other than himself, there was a middle-aged man and a woman in red. Other than that, there was an old man in black and an old man in blue. These 4 people were all Almighties. Moreover, they were the elites of the Almighties. It could be said that he was extremely powerful and had incomparably rich combat experience. Therefore, they naturally looked down on the younger generation, like Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking when they looked at him. However, he didn't care. The reason why he could lead these people was because of his true strength. Therefore, he believed that it wouldn't take long for these people to know why the 8th prince asked him to be the leader. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned around and flew out quickly. The others could only shake their heads and sigh. They also flew out. This space was different from the outside. The spiritual energy was more abundant, but the gravity was heavier. In other words, everyone's original cultivation strength was suppressed here. They could only use about 80% of their original strength. However, this wasn't a big deal to them. This was because this space was open to everyone. If you're suppressed by 80%, overall, everyone's strength was the same. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. This was because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed. Immediately, these experts of the older generation frowned. Damn it, how could this be? How could this kid fly so fast? Could it be that he wasn't affected by the space's suppression? To be honest, they were really surprised. Now, their speed was 80% of their original speed. It could be said that they were much slower than before. However, Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it far surpassed them. Chapter 2078. His speed was so fast that it far surpassed theirs. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, was this kid a king who specialized in speed? The black-robed elder frowned. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Was this kid specifically targeting them? Did he really think that he could make things difficult for them? How naive! Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body erupted, forming a powerful airwave that accelerated his speed again. Seeing this, the other 3 also circulated their power and sped up to catch up. To be honest, these people were wrong. Lin Xian didn't mean to make things difficult for these people. He was just flying at his previous speed, although the space here was somewhat suppressive on him. For some reason, when he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the suppression disappeared. In other words, to Lin Xian, there was almost no difference between the inside and outside. Lin Xian was very surprised. However, he knew that the Great Dragon Sword Soul was extremely mysterious. It must have played a role in offsetting the suppression. Therefore, his speed was normal for the outside world. The speed of the others was suppressed to 80%. In comparison, he naturally flew faster than the others. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, when he heard the sound of the air exploding behind him, Lin Xian turned his head and immediately frowned. In the next moment, he understood It seemed that he had been so focused on flying that he had forgotten that these people were being suppressed. Therefore, in the next moment, he also slowed down. In fact, he even swayed his body and flew down. Why did he suddenly land? When the older generation figures saw this scene, they frowned again. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. "Let's go down and see what he's up to." The four of them were about to land. Lin Xian looked at them and said, "This space is very strange." This space was somewhat special, and it formed a certain restriction on kings. Moreover, we have been traveling for such a long time. If we encounter an enemy, we won't be able to fight them in peak condition. Therefore, I think it's better to capture a few flying beasts and let them carry us while we sit on them. This way we can travel quickly and maintain our peak physical strength. This is a good idea. The woman in red nodded her head after hearing that. However, the other black-robed old man said, "But we are all attack-type kings. None of us are beast tamers." "That's right," the blue-robed old man also said. Moreover, the demonic beasts here had been neglected for a long time. They were very ferocious. It was impossible for them to submit to humans. These people completely disagreed with Lin Xian's suggestion. He even felt that it was too childish to think of such a method. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can tame these demonic beasts." "What? You can?" Hearing this, the few of them were stunned. They hadn't seen Lin Xian's performance in the first round with their own eyes, so they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. They only judged based on the final rankings. However, they knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was powerful, but he might not be able to tame demonic beasts. Therefore, the four of them obviously didn't believe him. Lin Xian ignored the four of them. He circulated his soul power and searched the surrounding dozens of miles. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. He found that there were a few flying demonic beasts in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over at high speed. This kid can't be thinking of taming demonic beasts, right? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. However, the blue-clothed old man coldly snorted. What kind of joke was this? His strength was valiant, but it was only valiant within the younger generation. Moreover, he could kill demonic beasts, but taming demonic beasts wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required powerful soul power and special techniques. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few beast tamers. However, the woman in red looked into the distance. "Let's go over and take a look." "It's futile to go over." The black-robed old man shook his head, unmoved. They didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. However, after about half an hour, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. The few of them looked up and were stunned. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. In the sky ahead, Lin Xian was sitting on a demonic crane, flying quickly. There were two demonic cranes flying on both sides of him. They were flying in the same pattern. The demonic aura on their bodies soared into the sky, bringing with it a powerful storm that tore through the void. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that he really succeeded? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian landed slowly with the three demonic cranes. The powerful storm blew the clothes of the four people. Instantly, they were awakened. Then, the middle-aged man asked, "Young friend Lin, did you really tame them?" "No way. How did you do it?" The red-clothed woman was also extremely shocked. As for the two old men behind her, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Previously, they thought that it was impossible for him to succeed, but now it seemed that he really did it. It surprised them. Could it be that he's really a beast tamer? Thinking of this, the two old men's expressions became extremely solemn. They realized that they had underestimated this kid, who was a few thousand years younger than them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the map, pointed at it, and said, We're in Tianfeng Forest and there are 2 ancient ruins nearby. How about this? We'll split into 2 groups and explore these 2 ancient ruins. Then we'll meet here. What? Split up? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was stunned. What if we meet enemies after splitting up? The middle-aged man also asked. Indeed, it was very common to see a team of 5 people. If they split up into 2 or 3 people, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, with 2 seniors together, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we have these tamed demonic beasts in our hands. Their combat power is not bad, and their flying ability is very strong. Even if they can't win, they can run away. How about this? I'll trouble you 2 to explore the one on the right. I'll bring the other 2 to explore the one on the left." Lin Xian also realized that the 2 old men didn't seem to trust him, so he couldn't be bothered with them. He let the 2 of them explore alone, while he brought the other 2 to the other side. All right. The 2 old men looked at each other and nodded in agreement. To be honest, they made a mistake in their judgment. Now that their faces were red, it would be very awkward for them to stay here. Perhaps later on, this brat would take out some other ability to slap their faces. Slap. They might as well hide as far away as possible. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.